have this as a reference and a resource to complete your project or check in on things if you need to. Here it is again. From this. So keep that handy. All right, so in this official course from Unity, you will learn real-time animated storytelling, allowing you to create your own 3D animations with cutting-edge technology. During the course, you will develop pre-visualization skills, learn to create an environment and props, animate characters, film a story, and refine your scene with lighting and effects. All an artist and storyteller. As an artist and storyteller, you will learn how to leverage one of the most powerful new technologies to bring your ideas to life in real time. As you complete the creative challenges and develop your own project, you'll be able to share your new skills in our gallery and in your portfolio. Whether you're a student or who wants to be at the forefront of the entertainment industry or a professional looking to upskill, by the end of this course, you will have developed in-demand animation skills to make you stand out from the crowd. The 3D assets for this course were generously provided by our partner, Cinti Studios, and are not for commercial use. If you would like to use any of these 3D assets from the course in commercial projects, please purchase one of the asset packs from Cinti Studios. Cool. Is this free? This is free. Everything here is free. If you're just learning, like they said, if it's commercial, if you're trying to sell something, you'll have to buy the assets. If you make over something like $100,000 a year, you have to pay a subscription to Unity. Otherwise, everything is free. These are, you know, open assets that you can download for it. The course is free. The platform's free. Everything's free. Free 99. I'm not free. Be free, chat. Be free. Is it 200,000 now? Yeah, it's an amount that you can check it when you get there. If you're getting to that point, I'm sure a $30 subscription a month isn't a big deal. Okay. Learning is priceless. That's right. What version are we using? Okay, let's see. Maybe it will tell us. If not, I think the latest version will be fine. This is using 2019, but if you want to use a later version, I think it'll be okay. Okay. Here we go. Here's the intro to the course.
Hey everybody. When you're doing animation, you manufacture everything. Everything you put into your animation is in service of the story you want to tell. When you learn to use Unity, you're acquiring the skills to tell amazing stories, to shape whole worlds, and to land a great job. My name is Megan O'Connor, and I worked with a team of artists and engineers to put this course together to help you get started with real-time animation using Unity. At Unity, we believe the world is a better place with more creators in it. That means we want to give you the tools to create anything easily. In this course, we'll cover the basics of real-time animation. Together, we'll build a city and animate a scene. You'll start with pre-visualization in Unity by assembling an environment. Then, you'll learn how to bring your characters and objects to life using some of Unity's core tools for animation and cinematography. And later, we'll delve into lighting, post-processing, and visual effects to see how they contribute to tone and atmosphere. Animation in Unity is one of the most in-demand skills for a career in industries like film, video games, and more. This course gives you the foundation to pursue your chosen career path. I hope this course inspires you to tell your story through animation. See you soon.
Cool. Complete. Wow. Oh. Okay. Continue to next item. Thank you, Hira, for 30 months. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Add some really cool animation updates in Unity 6. Ooh, there's some cool stuff. I haven't even watched the roadmap, but maybe we can watch that later. Okay. I've heard good things though, so I'm excited to watch it this time. Lots of good stuff.
In Unit 1, we'll go over downloading and installing the Unity Hub, Unity itself, and creating a Unity ID. We'll also cover creating a new project in Unity's Universal Render pipeline. This will get you set up for getting started in Unit 2.
Oh, that was the whole video. That was a very short intro. Okay. Done. If you guys are... Oh, incomplete. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If you guys have not installed Unity before, this is for you. If you have, then you probably are familiar with this. Now is the time to grab a coffee. We'll watch a couple short videos, and then we'll be into the pre-visualization stuff. So, download and install Unity Hub. The Unity Hub is a useful tool for managing your projects and versions of Unity. If you haven't already done so, you will need to download and install Unity. If you're working on a computer lab with Unity installed, you can skip this step, or if you guys have already done it. So the link is here. If you guys are following along, you probably have a link to that by now handy. If not, here it is. It's right here in Unit 1 in the first lesson. Download it, unity3.com/get-unity/download. You'll come to the screen from your Downloads folder, double-click the Unity Hub setup to begin the installation. Agree to the terms of services, follow the instructions to install the Unity Hub. Open the hub, and on the left side, you can explore projects, learn, community, installs. We've done this before. Let's open up our current hub right now. Unity Hub. So you can see, oh, we have a new one. Let's update it. Wait for that to update. Install a new version of Unity. There are several versions of Unity in the editor to choose from. For this course, you'll want to use at least version 2019, which is 2019.4. Don't use a 2020 version because the course has not been tested on that version. You may get errors in your project. Okay, I'm gonna have to install a new version then. So 2019, I don't think I have. Official releases, 2019. Not in here. These are older. No, 2019 will be older. Pre-releases, all. Oh, here's all. Okay. No, wait, these are the ones I have. Let's go to their downloads page. Okay. Honestly, I'm sure we'll be fine. But just so we can follow along closely, let's see if we can find 2019. Okay, cool. So here's the versions if you guys need an older version. If you want to use a newer version, likely you'll be able to follow along fine, but I'm going to get it so we can follow together. So once you click that, it should open up here. I already have Microsoft Visual Studio. Do you want to be able to export to web and Windows? So let's keep those two checked. Install. We'll wait for that. And I'll keep this handy in case anyone's looking later. Hey, my guts. And while that's installing, let's continue. So, select the latest official release, or in our case, we went for 2019. The next window gives you the option to add additional modules. So you guys saw me open that, and basically it is offering to install different types of builds of Microsoft Visual Studio. If you don't have a text editor, it might help to get Visual Studio, but you can also get different types of text editors to edit your code. Make sure you have something to build it. Make sure you have a build support for the operating system you're running on. So if you are using Mac, make sure you have Mac ticked. If you're using Linux, use a Linux ticked, have Linux ticked. If you're using Windows, have Windows ticked. And if you want to build for web, tick WebGL. Okay, we are good here. All right, if you guys don't have a Unity ID yet, go to their website and create one. This will help you to, you know, have an account on the hub, have an account to download assets from the asset store. All those kinds of things are managed with your Unity ID. Definitely go sign up for one if you don't already have one. And once you have one, you can actually you can sign in through the hub, and that helps you keep track of your projects and everything else. But for now, we wait. We'll mark that step as complete because I've already got an account and I'm signed in. I'll wait here while this installs because I think some of you might be doing these steps, which will take a few minutes. But we'll slowly kind of move forward. You can still listen if you're installing stuff. I know this takes a few minutes to install. Good morning, everyone. I'm seeing everyone's good mornings. Hello. Hope you're all doing good. Thanks again here, Tier 3. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Hey, new folks. Hey, Cyborg. Welcome in. Saturn, thank you again. Welcome in. Oh, thank you, Gervais. Hey, Aya. 2019. I know. It'll be weird to use this one. I'm debating of using a new one versus an old one, but oh, you know what? I might actually use a new one after all, because we're gonna be checking out the new ProBuilder stuff, and you know what? I'm gonna use a current version. Use a current version, and if we get stuck on any steps, hopefully we can navigate through them. I don't think it will be too much of a problem. They will merge URP and HDRP in Unity 7, I just read. Yeah, we gotta watch the roadmap later because so after waiting for that, I think I'm going to actually make a new one with our current version. You can change the version of what you're learning, but this one only has that time. So anything that's different between now, current's version, and the version that's done in this, we'll try to, if anything comes up for you guys, let me know. We'll try to make sure everything works. But I'll be using the newer one, so it will come up for me, so hopefully I'm gonna troubleshoot it. Shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. I'm not gonna use Unity 6. I'm gonna use Unity 20. Unity 6 is not officially released yet. So I'm going to do a new project, and I'm gonna use 22.3. I'm gonna use built-in render pipeline. I'm gonna call it storytelling. Storytelling. Beep. And let me put it in experiments. Storytelling. And then I'm not going to connect this one. This is more of an experimental one. We're going to do learning one. You're a storyteller. And that's going to make a new project here. Oh, it's URP. Oops. I skipped ahead. This is why you don't skip ahead, chat. That was an example of why you don't skip ahead. Okay, so I guess I have to wait for that to build. We're going to be using URP for this. Creating your first URP project. This is actually going to be my first URP project. I don't think I have used URP yet. I've seen it. It looks cool. This will be interesting. When you create a new project from the Unity Hub, new files and folders are added to a location you specify on your computer. These files include assets folder, library files.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Don't name your Alexa this word. These, no matter how much you like Star Trek, don't name your Alexa this. These files include an asset folder, library files, and the settings you need to get started. When you create a new project, there are several templates available depending on what type of project you're creating. For the real-time animated storytelling project, we will be using the universal render pipeline template. Okay, so this is a blank project. I'm actually going to do a new one. We're going to select, you know what? First of all, Universal 3D. Let's read through just in case there's any other settings we want. With the Projects tab selected in the Unity Hub, click the New button, the top right window. If you have multiple versions of Unity installed, there will be a drop down. You guys are welcome to use a 2019 version or some. I think Unity 6 will be a little bit different. It's I've noticed that the UI is already a little different, and it's not an official release yet, not until mid-October, I think they said. So let's keep that. Let's not do that one yet, because I won't be able to help troubleshoot it. I'm going to do 2022 myself. Next, select Universal Render Pipeline Template. Type in the project name. Do we want to do template or full project? Let's go sample. Download the sample. This will give me an idea of how projects are typically set up in URP, which I'm not used to. I usually use default or HDRP. Why are we using URP today? Well, because we're following along this tutorial. It's part of Unity Learn, and we're going to go through all the things that they have to teach us about creating cinematics and animations in Unity. And it uses URP, so we're going to do the same. It also has ProBuilder features that we're going to be digging into. So if you guys are already familiar with these things that we're learning, then ProBuilder might be one that's new. I'm excited for that one as well. Okay, so follow along this if you guys are new to it. Click new. This is a little bit different. You guys saw how I did it with a modern hub. You know, you click new projects. I clicked Universal 3D sample. You don't have to install if you don't have it. I'm gonna call this storytelling URP. I'm gonna put this one into a folder. Oh. The path is too long? Okay. There we go. I haven't seen that before. Okay, and create project. That will take a minute. Anytime. Hey, Marina. Interesting, Tom. I'll have to check that out. I like ProBuilder, and URP is similar to HDRP in many ways. Cool. You know, I have used ProBuilder I have used URP for the purposes of the goodies packs, but not much outside of that. In the project window, you'll see the project's files and folders. With the example assets folder selected, right click and select delete. Confirm to delete again. Oh. Well. I guess we didn't need to include the sample projects. I guess the old versions didn't give you the option. New versions give you the option, and I selected to include this example assets, and then we're going to delete them. But you know what? I want to see them anyway. I want to see the example assets before we delete them. which we'll take a look at once this builds. Create a new scene by selecting File, New Scene. Don't save any changes to the currently open sample scene. Save the new scene by selecting File, Save As. Select the Scenes folder inside the Assets folder. Name the scenes Unit 1. Select Save. Next, delete the sample scene from the file from the project in the project window inside the scenes folder. Select sample scene, right click, then delete. Okay, we're gonna do that with possibly a slightly different setup with the new version. Just waiting for that to install. Let me take a quick preview of pre-visualization. Okay, so I think we're going to use a new ProBuilder for this, and then maybe we can skim over here in case there's anything we missed. Does that sound like a good plan? Cool, it's joining. Let's okay, here's a link for ProBuilder, the new guide for that. Ooh. It's just compiling. But it's almost done installing the new project. Okay, we have here Universal Render Pipeline. So if you guys are not familiar with the Universal Render Pipeline in Unity, let's go over the render pipelines. There is the default. Unity started with the default. This is a bit of a history lesson. Unity started with a default pipeline, and the pipeline is a render pipeline, so the way that the visuals appear in the game, the way the lighting is calculated, all that kind of stuff. They later introduced something called a scriptable render pipeline, meaning that you could customize the way that lighting is handled in Unity. And with that, they included a universal render pipeline and a high definition render pipeline. The universal is meant to be very lightweight, good for handheld devices, good for mobile, good for web, very lightweight, doesn't have the power to have beautiful graphics the same way that HDRP does, which is the high definition pipeline, which is a lot heavier on your system, so you can't really use HDRP for mobile, for example, but you can use it to make really beautiful desktop games or maybe console games. So they took the default and they made one that's really especially high, like high definition, and one that's especially lightweight. And the default is sort of the in-between of the two. And you could technically make your own version of that, but it's a little bit trickier. It's possible. But at the moment, we have basically the three different options. And in the future, they are, and currently with Unity 6, I believe it's only URP and HDRP. They got rid of the default in between one. And in the future, I believe that they said recently that they're going to merge them all into one pipeline. So it's a little bit complicated right now. If you dig into it, it does make sense why it was done. However, it has introduced, like, I know that there's a lot of extra work because they have to do things for two different pipelines. So I think that's part of why they're going to bring it back down to one render pipeline, try to keep it easy for everyone, and that will be coming down the road. So, little side tangent there, but this is a universal render pipeline. What's interesting about it is it was meant to be the less nice looking one But by now, years later, it's actually like looks really good. Like this is supposed to be really lightweight, easy to run on mobile. But as you can see, like it looks amazing. It doesn't look like any quality is being sacrificed. Technically, there are things that you can do better with HDRP, but URP has just gotten so good over the years that it's like, oops, that it is. You can see why they're merging them. It's like, this is an interesting way of doing this. Looks like they have a, oh, it's like a screen, a render texture or something. Ooh, look at that. That's cool. An LED shader here when you get close. Cool. So this is the demo sample scene. Let's go over here and see what they've got here. Oops. Bake, bake, bake. Where are we? Ooh, this is an interesting setup. Also screens. Whoa, that's cool. What? Neat. Whoa, what a cool shader. Whoa, they got some cool stuff going on. And so yeah, we're just taking a look at these different setups. Whoa, that's an interesting one. If you build it, the stuff won't happen. It's because we're looking at it in editor. Whoa. I haven't seen this before. This is neat. That's cool. I bet you each of those things are scenes we could go into as well. But that's a little demo of the HDRP pipeline. Let's... Oh yeah, here's the other ones. Want to see the garden scene? Oh my gosh, this is pretty. I saw this at Unite last year. They demoed it. I think they first showcased this scene as like a URP demo scene, but I haven't actually walked around in it. It looks really nice. Whoa. Could you imagine playing a game like this on mobile? Well, again, that's happening because it's editor, but if you build it, it will have all those shaders pre-built when you play. Whoa, they did a really good job with this level. Cool. Look at that bridge. And the lighting looks all really nice. And the moving bushes, this is what I'm telling you guys about. Moving bushes add a lot, don't they? Feels magical. Anyway, beautiful demo scenes. Oh, I want to go over there. Ooh. Look at that. So pretty. Very cool. All right. So we're going to delete those. I don't think we need these scenes because they're just samples. So I'm going to delete these. You know what? We don't need to delete anything. We're going to make our own folder. Create folder. We're going to say animation. And we're going to double click in that folder. Right click. Create scene. Where is scene? There it is. We're going to create a scene and call it animation. Oh no, unit 1 was the suggestion over here. Let's go back to our last step here. Okay, so we did that. And oh, it actually starts with the next thing. I wanted to see a new scene, unit 1, and save. So here I'm going to keep it exactly the same. Unit 1. I'm going to go into it and save it. And is what we're going to work out of. Here on the side, when we start this, it has tutorials, and I believe that these are built in, which is really cool. But because we're following one, we don't need this, so I'm going to close that tab. And in fact, I'm going to move my inspector over. Let me make this all together here. You guys can see. I'll just do it like this. Should be okay. Okay, so I'm going to drag the inspector over to this side because I just like to have them next to each other. A little bit easier to drag and drop things. All right. Any questions so far? How's everyone doing? Are people following along? We're about to begin unit 2. Let's see what it says in case there's stuff outside of ProBuilder.
In this unit, you'll learn all about pre-visualization in Unity by modeling a city based on a reference sketch. In the process, you'll learn about configuring the look of the editor, working with primitives and ProBuilder shapes, creating materials, and adjusting lighting.
Maybe we should go watch this one and then do ProBuilder. Let's take a look. Next, arranging the editor layout to suit your needs. So that's what we kind of did there. Let's take a look at this video.
To begin this lesson, we'll show you how to arrange Unity's editor windows to make it easier for you to rapidly prototype and iterate on your previs scene. Unity lends itself to rapid iteration from set creation all the way through to lighting, cameras, and effects. You'll learn more about that throughout this course.
Okay, cool. So, Unity's interface consists of multiple tabbed windows that can be grouped, docked, and rearranged to suit your needs. The way these interface elements are configured are called layouts. Our goal is to modify our interface so that the scene view is the largest window in the editor, then save our changes to the new layout so it can be referred to later. Please note that this lesson serves as a guidance for how to configure your layout, but your layout might differ slightly from ours based on your monitor configuration and screen resolution. Also, your Unity interface may be a lighter gray than ours depending on what version of Unity you're using. We can adjust the placement of our windows in a series of short steps. Docking, the process of stacking windows, allows us to switch between windows by clicking their tabs. It's convenient for accessing multiple windows while making the most efficient use of screen space. Let's try it. To begin, you need to open the Unit 1 starter files that you started in Unit 1. Did we? That you started in Unit 1? Did I miss that? Did I miss a step here? Creating your first project. Oh, maybe they came with the old thing. Okay, let's continue. Wait, we're on Unit 2. Okay, continue. So, if you want to open something from your, you start Unit 1. Once you've opened the project, you need to open the scene we named Unit 1. Go to Window, Layouts, select Default. Okay, so Window, Layouts, Default. So this is the default layout. You guys can see one that I made that I called Good. This is the way I usually like to work. The nice big screen here for the scene and the game when you play it. And over here I have my hierarchy, which is usually important to have. Your inspector, which is important to have. And you can see I've grouped multiple tabs here, including my lighting, my occlusion, my inspector. And down here, even though I'm blocking it there, I have the project folder, console, profiler, and audio mixer all grouped together. These are the ones I use the most. And up here, timeline, scene, animator, animation, and game. So you guys can set up by, you just grab the name of it and you can move it wherever you want. You can do like that if you want to split them. Maybe you want to see the scene while you're playing the game. I do that sometimes as well. Maybe you want your timeline to be like a separate. Maybe you want it to be along the whole bottom like that. So as you can see, you can do all kinds of interesting stuff. You can even put those, you can grab one and put it like that, and now you have them stacked. And if you want to save a layout, you can always go to Window, Layouts, and Save Layout, or Save Layout to File, and it will add it to this here. We're going to go back to Good. Actually, I'm going to keep, yeah, I think Good is fine. I'm just going to move that over. So you guys are welcome to rearrange how you like. Unity will visualize this how this window will appear placed next to the hierarchy window. We don't want to have two windows side by side. Instead, position the project window so that its tab is underneath the hierarchy tab. Release the left mouse button and dock the project window in place. In the project window, click the context button with 3 vertical dots, the upper right corner, then change the window setting from 2-column layout to 1-column layout. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. Scenes, animation. Where was that? Add tab. Oh, that's on the dots here. 1-column layout, 2-column layout. Let's see. Oh, cool. So, oh, I didn't know that. So you can remove this overview here. I kind of like using it because you can do like that and you have these things. But if you do like this, it's a little bit more like File Explorer. I guess they both are different ways of you explore files. I think I'm going to stick to 2-column layout. So we've gone through some of this stuff. You guys can go into further detail if you want to get a little more granular with how you adjust your layout, or if you get stuck or you are trying to do something that it's not making sense. This should cover anything that you need to see here. All right. Next, we're going to look at creating primitive objects. Yay. Now, here is, let's take a look.
In this lesson, you will begin bringing a 2-dimensional sketch to life in 3D by placing a few 2D background images and then laying out the surrounding city buildings using primitives.
Okay. That's a cool way to do it. Oh, okay, they've got the asset there for us. Okay. So, creating our visual anchors, the plane and background. Previs is the first stage in translating a 2-dimensional reference to 3D. Adding new dimension to a flat image can be daunting. To ease this into this process, let's try to roughly approximate the sketch of a cityscape using Unity's built-in set of primitives. We can divide the sketch into 4 discrete chunks: the ground, plane, the buildings in the far background, the large high-rises in the midground, and the more unique defined buildings in the foreground. Let's begin by blocking out the plane and the building in the background. They're the largest elements of the sketch and will serve as anchors for the relative placement of smaller buildings. When provided with a 2-dimensional reference, it's best to start blocking out larger shapes, then working towards smaller, more detailed. Let's start with the basics. In the menu, we can click on Game Object, 3D Object, and then Plane. So, Game Object, 3D Object, Plane. If you're not familiar, Alt and left mouse button allows you to change the angle you're viewing from. Mouse scroll, you can zoom in and out. And there's a different way of navigating with your right mouse button. I like Alt left click, because you can like move stuff around. This is just a camera. You're not moving anything in the game with this. You can always double check where things are with this here on the transform. I'm going to set it to 0 so that we have it in the middle of the scene. And let's continue. Oh, it actually wants us to change the scale. So in the inspector, set the transform to 2120. So I'll make it a bigger plane. So this is our plane here. We can go to 20. That's in the X direction, which you can always reference here if you're not remembering which one's which. Z is this way, X is this way, Y is up and down. So Y up and down, because it's a plane, it's going to stick to 1, and we'll do 20 in the other direction. So now we have a nice 20 by 20 square. Game objects are the fundamental objects in Unity that represent characters, props, and scenery. So game objects are all listed here. We have a plane, direct sunlight, camera. You may notice that the plane game object has a brown tint. In the hierarchy, select the directional light in the inspector. Select the directional light in the inspector. In the light component, select the color picker and change the color to white. Okay, so if we go with the directional light, and we have the light. Light has been disabled. Okay, so if you get this message, this might just be because I've been messing with things. Light's disabled. You can go over to this light icon here. I currently have a cross through mine. If I turn it back on, now it's visible again in the editor. So now we can click on that. We can expand the details. And in this case, we're selecting it and changing it to white lighting from the directional light. With the directional light still selected, change the rotation to 60, 90, 90. Okay, let's do that. 60, 90, 90. Okay. In the inspector, we will discuss a directional light. Oh, sorry, that's a directional light. I was wondering why we're setting the plane to that. Let's stick the plane to 0. So 60, 90, and 90 for the direction of the light. This icon here in the corner changes the toggles on the icons for things.
Why?
Thank you for the bits, ASM. Why is a good question. Why? And then we have by default, all game objects such as cubes automatically have a transform component. The transform dictates where the game object is located and how it's rotated and scaled. Okay, so we're gonna download this. And let's unzip it. Where is it now? City backgrounds. And I can open it with Unity, and it's going to import here. Now we have it in our project here. Okay. What's it under? You know, I'm gonna double click that again and see where it went. New background. Materials. Oh, we're gonna bring in the model in that, but they must already be there. Under, I see now. Materials, models, prefabs. Cool. Okay. I'm proud of you for learning Unity. Thank you. All right. So we have that there. Assets, import package, custom package, select the city background, select import. From the project window, navigate to assets, prefabs, and we're going to drag that into the project view and set the position to 45, 25, 0. So we find the city background prefab. So here, it's the city background prefab, and we're going to set it to 45, 25, 0 in the position. Cool. So here's all this info on how to move around the scene, which we already kind of went over, but I can go into more details if you guys are learning for the first time. Creating our midground elements and high rises. Next, we're going to build the high rises. Due to their simple shape, we can block them out using several cube primitives. Primitives are objects that can be created directly inside of Unity. There are several primitive shapes in Unity. In this lesson, we will primarily be working with cubes, but other options include sphere, capsule, and cylinder. So we're going to add a cube by going to Game Object, 3D Object, Cube. So Game Object, 3D Object, Cube. Now we have a cube. Also, if you want to zoom in on something, press F, which is what I just did and is what they're just saying to do here. We can manipulate the cube freely within the scene view. For those familiar with digital content creation packages such as Maya, Unity's scene will view functions similarly to the viewport in Maya. We can translate and rotate the cube using the same hotkeys as Maya. For reference, the hotkeys are as follows: WER, W to transform, E to rotate, R to scale, which you will get very familiar with if you are new to this. This is something you will have as motor, what is it called? Motor memory soon enough. And just to show you visually, these are the keys for translation, which is W, E for rotation. So these are this is if you want to do it along the axis, and this is if you want to freely do it. You just click anywhere else. And scaling, same idea, the whole thing. Axes. And you can see it goes on one or the other. Same with this. So scaling also has like, you can also do it along 2 planes. So there's some handy tools there. Begin by positioning the cube the left side of the plane. Try to align the cube to the top of the background. Transform and rotate. So we're going to be placing some cubes. With the cube still selected, we're going to set it to 8, 42, 8. So let's go 8, 42, 8. And we're going to position it over here, I guess. And duplicate it by compressing Control D. For more added control, the new cubes press Control to keep each cube snapped to the plane created earlier. After duplicated, alternate their height and width by scaling them vertically as shown. Okay, so let's add a few more in here. You guys probably see me doing these kinds of things in Unity all day, though I'm sometimes doing it with more detailed assets that we've actually put 3D modeling into. This is a very primitive shape, as they've described. Sometimes I use these to for placeholder, or even just to put something in if I need it. Okay, we got a few. Should I make them bigger? Something like that. Okay. Hello, Alucard. Yeah, the joys of game development with Angelina Jolie's daughter, yes. Alright. Okay. Any thoughts, questions, concerns from chat? Everyone good so far? I look like a girl called Natasha. It's a very neutral comment. Can we skip this part and go to something more complicated? Well, hopefully there's people who are joining along and learning, so I don't want to skip too much, but we can go a little faster if that's helpful. We'll do a poll. Do you guys want to go faster or stay the same rate? What do you guys say? To vote now to choose your pace. Choose your own pace at this tutorial, this live session following Unity's tutorial. What would you like, chat? Faster or same rate? Stay the same, says one. We got a couple fasters, we got a couple samesies. We're getting 50-50 as usual. You guys always make it every time. Every damn time. Chat, help, let's make a decision together. The decision is no decision, undecided. Okay, we got some more stay the same rates. Okay. Well, those of you who are feeling like you already know these parts, we will be getting to ProBuilder soon, and I think a lot of folks, I know we've brought it up before and not many people say anything, which makes me think not many people have used ProBuilder, especially the new stuff. So we're going to be getting to that soon, and that will probably be new material for everyone. All right, stay the same rate as one. Okay. So you're developing your scene, and if you guys have questions, don't be shy. If you use at and then Lana likes, I'll see it better, like Strawn just did there. Lana, you need a random coin toss app? Oh, do I? Just push a button and bam, decision made.
My exams is in 3, 5 and 7 weeks time. We came a long way with your game, and me with my studies and work in ML since I joined your channel chat that you ignore me on 3 years back. I'm so proud of us. I wrote a poem, feels good man, it's the circle of life and it moves us all through despair and hope, through faith and love till we find our place on the path, unwinding in the circle of life.
That's a really nice poem that you wrote on your very own there, Sean. Thank you for the bits and good luck with your upcoming exams. All right, we got all right, we're putting this city together. Let's see, what's the next step? As you're developing your scene, you can create, add more objects to hierarchy. It's important to stay organized.
K.
Thank you, Peyote Kid. In the hierarchy, select create. It's a plus symbol. And create an empty game object. Then rename it to high rises. Next, nest the 5 high rises created under the game object. Okay, so over here, I haven't actually done it in that way. I'll be honest, I do it a different way, but let's learn this way. Create.
Front-facing baby chick.
Oh my god.
Front-facing baby chick. Front-facing baby chick. Front-facing baby chick. Front-facing baby
this
chick.
one. I usually
Front-facing
right-click.
baby chick.
So yeah, I usually do thank you for the bits later. I usually do a right click, which brings up a very similar menu, but you can click create here.
Guys, more bits, please.
Thank you for the bits, everyone. Hype train is incoming. Very good. That's funny, Parody Kid, 100K. Okay, so what are we making again? Empty game object, and we're calling it high rises. There, so now it's an empty game object, just has a transform only. We've renamed it high rises, and we're gonna select these. If you click one, shift, and click this, it will select all the ones in between. Then you can just drag those into the high rises, and now we have them grouped. Just like this. In Unity, the high rises game object is now considered a parent game object, and the cubes are considered child game objects. You can learn more about hierarchy here if you guys are following along. Here's a reference for you. You've now learned 2 ways to create objects in Unity. One is by going to the top menu in Game Objects. The other is going to the plus symbol in the hierarchy. So again, if you guys are just starting off, there's a lot of different menus and lists and stuff like that. Sometimes it's the same thing, so don't get too overwhelmed. There's also right-clicking, these are all the same thing. There's a lot of repetition.
Hype train go choo-choo and chuff-chuff and the wheels go round and we. Wow.
Thank you, Slater. Thank you, Doddle.
Choo-choo mother truckers.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for the bits. So, thank you, ASM, for gifting a sub to Beach Bun. Welcome in, Beach. Welcome back, Beach Bun. So yeah, so don't be too overwhelmed. You'll get familiar. You'll see that there's a few different ways to do things, so you can do it the way that you prefer. And we can go on to the next part. Creating the multi-level high-rises. Notice that the references in that there seems to be buildings with multiple stories. Wait, did we put this in yet? I haven't noticed it because I haven't looked at them yet, but we're going to here, I think. Create another cube. Set the scale to 434. Duplicate it 4 times. Make the y of the cube varying between 10 and 30. Scale, position the cubes so we end up with a similar shape to one below. Okay, let's do that. So let's make a, what were the sizes again? 4, 30, and 4. Oh no, that's a position. We want scale. 4, 30, 4. And we're gonna do a few with varying heights and kind of stack them together. Like this. Ooh, very nice. Oops. Okay, so we have like a more complex kind of shaped building here.
Ding ding dong a dong dong ding dong ding ding dong a dong dong ding dong dingy dingy son of a gun.
Thank you for that lovely song, Peyote Kid. And the bits. Okay. Is this tutorial? Yes, we're doing a tutorial today. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Okay, so this is our current step. If you guys are just joining, we are following this lovely Unity Learn tutorial. Let me grab the link here. Shortened one. Here it is. Yes, this is live. And let's continue. Thank you guys for the hype train also and the bits. Okay, so we've got this thing in. And the next step is to put that into a parent object, just like we just did, so that it's like its own thing. So we can click on the plus sign, create empty. We'll call it I forget what the name was. What did they call it? Multi-high-rise. There we go.
Bing bing bong 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 a bong bang bing bing bong 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 a bong bang.
Well put. Well put. Thank you for the bits. Is this why we have to have music playing usually? Otherwise chat makes their own music with text-to-speech. Okay, now duplicate this parent object in the hierarchy 4 times so that the structure can be scaled and positioned as a group instead of cubes needing to be modified individually. So we can select the parent, duplicate it. Now we have these things. We can rotate them even. We can scale them together. Let's do that way. Let's do one over here, like this. Wow. Amazing. We're getting a city already. Maybe they're too big though. Maybe I scaled them too much.
Not me.
Thank you, Donald. Okay. Here we go. Notice the buildings in the scene are spread far apart. Move your buildings close together so they're more denser looking. Oh, I did the opposite. Okay, we'll bring them together. Now scale and rotate them so that they go into a city shape. Thank you, Peyote Kid, for the smudge emote.
Elvape Nation.
Thank you. And Sylvan Forge. Thank you for gifting a sub to Gregory Lovecraft. Welcome in, Gregory. Thank you very much, Sylvan. Okay, we want to make them like, it's a dense city. Actually, I think I'm going to make them bigger, like that. Okay. Kai. I think that's kind of good. I think that looks like a good setup. What do you guys think? Would you walk through these city streets? Would you move to this city? Maybe not. It's not enough happening yet. Maybe by the time we're done. Okay. Let's make it denser. We'll add one more of these. Yeah. There we go. You know, we're gonna make them bigger. Now it's looking dense. Okay. Let's save it. Identifying and blocking out unique buildings. With our high rises and background in place, we can prepare to block out the remaining buildings that comprise the foreground. Creating the foregrounding buildings will put your organizational skills to the test. Keep in mind that the position of your objects doesn't need to be exactly the same as ours, but try to stick to the scale of our cubes. Okay. Because there are so many foreground buildings, we're going to organize them by size. Create 6 empty game objects and name them large foreground builds. Large foreground builds 2, medium. Okay. Empty game objects. Let's do it. Let's make those collapse. That was one. That's the other. The third. The fourth. Oh, the fifth. And the sixth. Okay. Now create your largest cubes at 15, 16, 15. 15, 16, 15. Duplicate it 3 times and position it approximately as shown. Nest the 3 cubes in their parent game object, large foreground buildings. The first one's going to have 3 cubes in the front, kind of like this. Make sure that they're on the ground. I wonder if I should have made these guys bigger. No, I think it's kind of correct. Maybe I will move them over a little. There we go. Okay. And these go into the large foreground buildings. Create your next largest at 7, 15, 10. So cube, 3D object cube. Scale is 7, 15, 10. And duplicate it 3 times to position it as seen below. Nest the 3 cubes in their parent. So are these attached to this or behind? It's hard to tell. Do you guys think these are attached or behind? Kind of like maybe a bit of both. Maybe like somewhere like that. Somewhere over here. Let's move this one back. Yeah. And then we got one over there. All right, we got our 3 buildings. So maybe I'll bring this one closer. Okay, so these 3 go into our next parent. Then 7, 7, 14. We'll need 3 of those kind of positioned around. 7, 7, 14. Okay. 7, 7, 14. Show that on the ground. Bring it all around. Something like that. And then here we have 10 for 17. 10 for 17. And we'll place these around, overlapping in some cases, rotated in some cases, and maybe over here. And those go into medium foreground buildings too. Let's collapse these. Next up we have 686 that we place around, about 4 of them. 686. Pop those here. Maybe one over here. One there. And we'll do a 4th one. There. Okay. And the last one, 7, 5, 8. And we'll do a couple of those. I'll put this one like maybe I'll bring this one closer like that. Yeah, that's looking good. Cool. These ones go into there. Okay. We have ourselves a nice layout so far. Bring one of these over here. Okay. Don't forget to save along the way. Next up, we have, last but not least, check and make sure hierarchy is organized. Yes, it is. We can continue. And recap. Primitive objects serve a foundation for more complex geometry. We've learned how we can begin interpreting a 2D sketch in 3D by using primitive objects. But they won't take us very far on their own. In the next lesson, we'll learn how to modify these objects to create more interesting shapes. Okay. I like that on the left it shows what you have done so far. I feel like I didn't mark all these completed even though we did all of them. Oh, I forgot to set the first ones as complete. I want to do that. Wait a minute. Mark step as incomplete. That one's complete. Mark step as completed. Mark all completed and continue. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay, so ProBuilder. This is probably where we want to use the more recent tutorial. So there's a ProBuilder section within this lesson, but we're going to switch to ProBuilder's new stuff, which I'm excited to check out. Here's the link for you guys. And we'll put it in there. Okay. Is ready? I'm excited to see its features because I might start using it with Strain to do level design. All right, step 1, install ProBuilder. The editor environment. This is HDRP, but we're going to be using URP, no problem. Should be very similar steps. It's not greatly impacted by the editor version. All right, cool. Install the ProBuilder package. All right, Window, Package Manager. Then we're going to go to Unity Registry. So in your project, Window, Package Manager, and here, Unity Registry. Probably listed here. Let's see. ProBuilder. There it is. We can click Install. Yep, there it is. You can do it by searching the list, or you can search from here if you want. Mark as completed. Install a compatible version of the render pipeline. When you work with ProBuilder, the shaders of the default materials are in a built-in legacy render pipeline version. If your project environment is set to SRP, so that's URP or HDRP, you'll need additional installation. After installing ProBuilder, the Samples tab is added to the ProBuilder package in the Package Manager. Select this tab and install the correct support needed for the render pipeline. The new materials will be set as default after installation. Okay, let's see. Samples, here we are. So we're using URP. We'll install that. Scripts demonstrating how to integrate new functionality into the ProBuilder editor window. Let's import the examples. Okay. Do we want editor examples too? Maybe. Okay. Complete. Set up the ProBuilder window. To work with ProBuilder, you need to open the ProBuilder window first. To open the ProBuilder window, navigate to Tools, ProBuilder, ProBuilder window. This is new to me. Tools, ProBuilder, ProBuilder window. Oh, okay. New shape, new polygon. Okay. When you open the ProBuilder window, you'll see a list of tools available. If you prefer, you can switch these names to icons, selecting the More button followed by the Use Icon mode. You can switch these names to icons by selecting More. Where do we select More? ProBuilder, ProBuilder. Interesting. Oh, icon mode. Oh, cool. I kind of like icon mode. Neat. All right. Preparing ProBuilder. Now that you have correctly set up ProBuilder in your project, you can fix your ProBuilder window to the right side of the screen to have easier access. Okay. Put that. So grab the name when you do it. I didn't do that. And then we have this here. Cool. Yay! Next. Okay, build basic shapes. I'm excited. What do we have on the left? Build basic shapes, build custom shapes, basic shape editing, create 3D models with round faces. Cool. More ProBuilder tools, set up UV mapping, assign colors, apply materials. You can basically 3D model in this. Again, if you guys are developers and you don't know how to do art, you don't want to learn an art program like Blender or Maya, now's your chance to learn an alternative to building levels, or at least, at very least, a good prototyping tool. I am going to make a cafe, and then we'll come back and learn some ProBuilder stuff. Be back in a minute.
Soon I discovered that this rock thing was true. Jerry Lee Lewis was the devil. Jesus was an architect previous to his career as a prophet. All of a sudden, I found myself in love with the world, so there was only one thing that I could do was ding a ding dang my dang a long ling long.
Thanks for the bits, and hello again, everyone. Thank you, Peyote. I don't know what that was. All right, I have a cafe. I think I made my something between an espresso and an Americano. Hey Steve, how you doing? All right, where were we? Ah, yes, ProBuilder. My hands are still wet from washing. Okay, let's dig in. New shape. To begin building basic shapes in ProBuilder, select a new shape in the ProBuilder window. The Create Shape window will then appear in the corner of the scene. Okay. New shape in ProBuilder window. Maybe I should switch back to... Wait, not that. Oh. Oh, that's all different altogether. I don't know how to switch it back. Wait a minute. I don't know how to dock it again. I failed the tutorial, chat. To begin, I don't know. This isn't even the... Oh god. Let's do that. Okay, it's gonna float. Shapes window. There you are. Okay, select shapes. New shape. Create shape. Select the basic shape of your choice. My choice is a cylinder. Oh, it's got shape properties. Okay. Sides count. Oh, cool. We can make it higher fidelity. Whoa. That's fancy. Oops, did I make it too small? Wait, let me try it again. Okay, alright, I'm on my own with this one. Let's do it. Okay, that. Whoa. Cool. That's a cool way to build a shape. Okay. Let's try some other shapes, actually. Ooh. It's like the London Shard. Let's make it part of our scene. Arch, Taurus? Fancy. Oh, it's that way. That's very... Let's try that again. What if I wanted to make it... sides count? Oh, you can change it after the fact. That's cool. So now it's nice and rounded. Okay, these are some cool shapes. Set the snap tool. So on the grid, snap. I'm assuming it's snapping. Yeah, you can see it's snapping like in increments. You can change the increments that it snaps, so we can also do things like angles, all axes. Grid size, we can make it 1, so it snaps only at 1 unit, I assume. Grid visuals. I don't really use a grid like this, but this is good. Okay. By default, snap tool is disabled. To enable it, select toggle grid snapping icon. Beep. And when you move your cursor over the scene view to check that it's enabled, you'll see the yellow square follow your cursor to the grid. Okay, let's turn on the visuals of it. Increment snapping. Oh, that's interesting. Well, it's below our plane, but if we move our mouse around, you can kind of see it snapping. What if we did it? Grid snapping 10. Now it snaps directly to the corner of the thing. That's cool. What Tom says, what I so love about blocking out a level is that once you get somewhere, you can actually walk around in it. This is what always keeps me motivated. I know, it's fun to walk around something you've made, isn't it? It's fun to exist in your own artistic creation. Like, I don't know what other, unless you're making like set design or you're doing like interior design, most art, like creative endeavors, you can't like go into it. So game dev is cool like that. All right, cool. Draw shapes. Okay. Begin drawing shapes. For 3D shapes. Okay, so we kind of worked that out. It's the details are all listed here, but I'll just go over it again visually with you guys. So let's make stairs. So my mouse my mouse is still held down while I'm dragging it, and then I let go and I drag it up while it's still in this mode, and I click again and it's done. Kind of cool. Kind of handy. I have a new mouth from Logitech. Cool. Okay. We got that down. Detailed shape settings. Okay, so then, yeah, after you can actually go in. How do you do it? Like, if I click this, stairs. Do I have to wait? If I click off of it, am I too late? After you've drawn your shape, you can set up additional properties to alter the shape's form. The properties available differ depending on the original shape you chose. When you're done with the details settings, click an empty space in the hierarchy window to end the selection and complete the ProBuilder mesh. Okay, so yeah, you got to make your decisions as you're adding the thing. So if we add stairs and we want to have like a million steps in that staircase for some reason, we can do that, and then we can be like steps 1 million circumference. Whoa, no way! I didn't know they could do spiral stairs with this. Okay, I changed our mind. We're doing stairs like that. Oops. Like that. Ooh, come back. Whoa, okay, let me try again. Kind of. Oops. I keep clicking when I don't want to click. So let's go that. Very fancy. Okay, cool. Let's see the other shape settings. Like, what's the arch setting? Oh, we kind of looked at that actually already, didn't we? So you can change like the... Oh, I click... So yeah, once you click off of it, it's done being built. You kind of have to make your decisions as you go. Have to keep that in mind. Sides, counter, arch circumference. Oh, you could make like a whole cylinder if you wanted to. Let's keep it. So, interesting. So it goes like all the way around. Oh, okay, let's keep it at 180. Okay, very interesting, very cool. Let's get rid of these things though. Already completed shapes do not have rotations or size interfaces, nor do they have create shape window as shown below. To edit an already complete shape, follow the instructions. Oh, okay, so we can edit them after the fact. Select ProBuilder shape component in the inspector window. Here it is. think. Let me turn off the music. Oh, ProBuilder mesh filter, ProBuilder shape, edit shape. Ah, okay, cool. Smooth or don't smooth? Nice. And ProBuilder shape in the inspector window. Edit shape. Cool. Set up pivots. Okay, interesting. 3D meshes have pivots which function as their own center points. You can change the pivot type for the shape you are drawing with this create shape window. Pivot types in ProBuilder are as follows: first corner, like that, and center, which is the center of the shape. Let's see if we can change. So that's the first corner. Let's try changing it to where was it done? Create shape window. Oh, here it is. Okay. How do I get to that? Oh, I'm able to change it right within that. That's kind of cool. And is it one of these that changes the pivot point? Where was that? Shape properties. Oh, once complete, you cannot make changes. Okay, so let's see. I wanted to make one of these. First corner. Okay, let's go center. And then now if I want to edit the shape, I can do like that. That one's gonna go. Okay, cool. Check the real size in real time. ProBuilder includes tools that allow you to quickly check the real size of objects while making them. To ensure the size overlay, go to Tools, ProBuilder, Dimension Overlay, Show. Dimensions Overlay, ProBuilder. Okay, let's see. ProBuilder, Dimensions Overlay, Show. Would you look at that, chat? We got ourselves a whole measuring system. That's handy. Oh, it works for all different stuff too. Not that, but primitive shapes in Unity plus ProBuilder shapes as well. That's cool. Should turn off pre-rolls and run 3-minute ads every hour. Which do you guys find less annoying? Pre-roll ads or 3 minutes of ads every hour? I'm trying to make the ads as minimal as possible, so I think pre-roll is less. Was why I have it on that. You lose viewers to pre-roll. You also lose viewers when you have 3 minutes of ads every hour. It's one of those things built into Twitch that's like, pick your poison. Then you have steps counter inspector windows as well, so it's not only during creation. Yeah, I just learned that now. Slowly digging into this ProBuilder world. So different streamers want to choose different options. Let's see what chat says. You know what? Let's not assume. Which do you guys like more? And if you subscribe to this stream, you don't get any of those ads. Wow, that's amazing. Where were we? Wow, you guys actually prefer 3 minutes every hour? I didn't know. If you guys prefer that, I will switch. I was trying to do what's better for you guys, but if you guys want them every hour, we can switch. But we'll switch for next stream. Let's stick to this for now. Okay, check size in real time. We did the dimensions overlay, complete. Challenge, level design with basic shapes. What's a pre-roll ad? Yeah, the start before you can watch. It shows you an ad. Depends if I'm actually watching or just putting in the background. Yes, queen is the very representative. I don't know. If we get enough people, it might be. Like, we can always give it a try tomorrow if you guys prefer. During ads, if you're talking about something, pause when it's being said until after the ads. Okay, interesting. All right, well, I've learned something else today, in addition to Unity stuff. Chat is open to the hour ads, once an hour ads. I think right before each ad break, you should start telling a juicy story, and the best part gets interrupted every time. When we go for a break, we could have ads. It would force me to stand up and stretch every hour, which might not be a bad thing. Okay, we'll switch to that tomorrow. If I forget, I've got this stuff going on. Remind me tomorrow, we'll do the switch. But we're not going to experiment today. All right, well, thanks for bringing that up. If I had a lot of viewers, I would have just switched to 3-minute ads every hour because it's worth the amount of money you get from it. But I was just trying to do whatever is easier for you guys because it's not enough money to justify additional ads. But if you guys want it, I'm happy to switch. Sure, we can try that tomorrow. Okay. I don't know why you guys are excited. You guys are subs. You don't get them either way, so don't worry about it. You guys are not affected. But yeah, we'll do hourly breaks with ads. Have people click off as soon as they come. See pre-rolls usually. That's interesting. It's interesting. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Back to the lesson. Level design with basic shapes. Let's watch this video. Oh, there's no sound on it, okay. So they're creating the shapes like we were just doing. Ooh, that's a cool way to do stairs. Oh, I didn't even notice that icon. Cool. All right, this is how you build like a level like this. Oh, they have it set to half grid. Oh, neat. They're building like a pretty cool setup with just blocks and relatively primitive shapes. I'm impressed. Looks pretty cool. Keeping the viewers engaged with whatever being talked about is important for retention, so by pausing during ads, the viewers are not missing out. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, thanks, Hellbounds. Thanks for the input, guys. I'm surprised, but we'll try it tomorrow. Hey, ProPuke, how's it going? This is an impressive use of it already. Type 1 in chat if you guys are level designers at all, whether it's your main focus or something that you do with your work. Who here is designing levels in some capacity? I'm curious. That's cool. That turned out pretty cool in just a few seconds, I guess. Huh. Nice. Wow. Inspiring project. Try to design a simple platform based. Okay, you guys can try to design something. I'm going to continue forwards. Feel free to mess around with this. 1, 0, 1, 1. We got a number of level designers here. Box in my level. Wow. Very nice. Wow. Thanks, later. Alright, cool. Next item. Build custom shapes. Okay, let's see what the custom shapes are like. This will be interesting. New poly shape. Extrusion. I didn't realize ProBuilder is more complex than I remember it being. That's pretty it's pretty interesting. Scene view. Poly shape tool will open. Extrusion. Flip normals. Oh, for indoor representation. Okay, let's give it a try. Let us begin this. Whoa, 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 whoa. So I can go. Oh no, wait. Oh no, oh no. Oh, you can backspace, that's good. Cool. Oh, you can do like indoor like that. I see. Whoa. Cool. Okay. Okay. What else we got? Draw surfaces. Draw surface, follow these instructions, place your cursor over the grid. Well, it was basically telling us to do what we just did. Ooh, I like the angled shape. Let's do another shape. I'm gonna try again. Good for whiteboxing, and I guess you can export to edit. Same workflow as Unreal. Yes, you can export to edit, but there's new stuff that I haven't tried with it yet, which is like you can actually UV unwrap it and stuff in here. So you could technically, if you're a dev and you don't want to learn like a 3D software, I think you could build out like a relatively decent level without having to use a separate 3D tool. We'll see what the capabilities are as we go further. Okay. Beep. Set the height. We already did that. Just the extrusion properties. Once you've oh. That's cool. You can add more shapes for a more complex level design. So I guess then you can add like this. Oh, I want that to be stairs. Circumference. How do I set it back to regular stairs? I changed it to be circular. I've messed up my stairs. What have I done? Shape stairs, pivot center, size, sure. Count. Oops. What have I done? Okay, edit shape. Stair settings. Circumference. Oh, I see. Okay, let's set it to 0. Yeah. Ah, that's a really horrible stair shape. Imagine having to have to go upstairs like this. They're like, oh, there's plenty of room. You guys can all go up at the same time. But they're also extremely steep. Have you guys seen some steep stairs in like old ancient architecture? It's pretty cool. This is a big staircase. Okay, anyway. Let's continue. Next step. Create a complex indoor space. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Don't fall down those. Yeah, the Aztecs, yeah. And I've seen some like temples in China that have like really crazy steep stairs and mountains and stuff. I'd be scared to go up and down them. You see people like tourists and locals all just no problem. Whoa. This kid is so brave. I would not go up those stairs, I'm sorry. Whoa. Too scary. There's trails that have guides or ropes to hold on to. Not enough. It's not enough for me. I'm too clumsy. Oh, this is an interesting shape that they've made here. Wow. How Okay, let's set our grid down to, I have it at 1 or 10. Let me set it to 5. See if I can do a cooler shape like. Let's make it indoor. Ooh. You can edit it still. Wow. Can you edit the thickness of the walls? Good question. I wonder if you can do like second shape here. Wait. So you could hypothetically build a wall around the wall. Oops. And this one you can flip it the other direction. I have mine snapping, but if you don't have snapping on, you can make it not as wide around it. You know what I mean? Oops. You guys get what I'm saying, right? Snapping is like limiting how much it can come away. I'm kind of making a mess of this. Oh god. But what I'm trying to show is that theoretically, this shape, which I still not very familiar with this, but I think you could at very least make a exterior one. Let's see if there's a way to do it so it has thickness. If not, you can just copy and make an outside shape. I don't know if there's a thickness modifier. I'm still learning myself. ProBuilder's capabilities are not something I'm familiar with. I haven't used ProBuilder at all, so this is new. We're learning together. Okay, so you can flip it, poly tool. That's how the insides become surfaces, making a form that illuminates the interior instead of the exterior. Some faces are invisible from the outside, so you may feel free. Wait. So you may feel there are no surfaces. When you have a desired shape, select the quit editing button and confirm. So yeah, you can see them only from the inside. There's our level from the inside. Wow, beautiful. Okay, basic editing of shape. Choose selection units. When ProBuilder windows open, 4 toggle buttons at the top of scene view appear. These are divided into object, vertex, line, surface for 3D model editing. Other 3D model tools have similar features as well. Yeah, we've seen those before in Blender and Maya. Freely arranged components. There's gizmos, which appear when you select the game object. When you select vertices, lines, or surfaces as well. This means you can also select and arrange the vertices, lines, and surfaces. Oh, cool. This is a lot like Maya now. Gizmos follow the basic shapes you want to arrange. Previously turned down the control key when you are temporarily using it to disable it. Okay, let's see. So let's select a line. I see. So much like other software, shift and select adds one, but you can't unadd it. At least that didn't let me unadd it. Cool. Definitely a weird shape. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But we can see the editing capabilities. Very handy. Adjusting size. Game objects in Unity have the transparent component, which impacts the size, position, and rotation of the game object. Sorry, transform component. You can decrease or increase by adjusting the scale. So that's, I assume, over here, they mean. Or is it? Let me check. Yeah, it's saying the main game object itself. You can change the scale of it. I guess you have to do it like that though. Oh, maybe they mean if you select this, you can use Unity's regular transform like that. This is making less and less sense as we learn new tools. Or sorry, like the object I'm making is becoming more and more ridiculous and nonsensical. But we'll make a proper shape later that looks cool. Ooh. Looks like some kind of weird sci-fi building now. Okay. A game object whose position and rotation has been changed retains its own shape while maintaining the size, whereas a game object whose scale has been increased has its size expanded. Typically when working in 3D models, shapes are built with a scale of 1 by default. Cool. That makes sense. That checks out. This is Unity's ProBuilder, it's called. It used to be an external asset, but they've brought it into Unity and they've done a lot with it. So you can basically do like 3D modeling in Unity now. And we're going through Unity Learn today. We're working with Unity Learn today to sort of see what the tutorials are like. I've used it quite a bit. I really like Unity Learn. If you guys are new to Unity Learn, this is what it looks like. There's a lot of handy GIFs and videos and explanations that walk you through various topics. This topic is ProBuilder. We also have the other one that's like storytelling. But the ProBuilder in this one's a little bit older, so we're going with the new stuff because it does a lot of new stuff that wouldn't have been here in this thing. Like, I think even changing like the faces and the lines and like adjusting them like that, like this, is new. And then not to mention, the next chapter is about round faces. There's also, I'm seeing UV mapping, assign colors. I think that's all new stuff, which is really cool. Wow, I'm building an oak barrel? This is way more complex than I anticipated. So we'll go through the ProBuilder and then we'll continue on to learn environment modeling and set dressing. We'll learn animation, cinematography, adding visual fidelity through lighting, effects and final render, and final project. If you guys are following along and you feel like making something today, that'd be awesome. I don't know how far we'll get through these tutorials, but if we get far enough, we're going to try to make something using ProBuilder, using the stuff we learned in this, including cinematography. If this is Cinemachine, which I believe it is, yes, Cinemachine stuff. Super useful. If you guys are not familiar with Cinemachine, tune in for this part. Really cool stuff. You know what? Maybe I'll make a tweet just letting people know we're doing ProBuilder right now. Cool. All right. Okay, so back to our current lesson. Let me bring this back. We were here. I'm gonna drink lots of water today because I'm reading. Have a good one later. Enjoy your coffee. Lena, what ProBuilder are you using? I am using Unity 2022.3. And I'm using the built-in ProBuilder that Unity offers. If you go to Window, Package Manager, Unity Registry, you'll find ProBuilder listed there. You can install it from there. It's built in now. You're welcome. Okay. So, modeling by copying surfaces. Hold the Shift key while selecting surfaces among the components to copy them. Shift? Oh, that's like extrusion. That's really powerful. Whoa. This is kind of turning into a... I almost want to turn off snapping for this. Turning into a cool sci-fi scene. Shift, and then edit. So whether you move it or scale it, it will create a thing. That is really cool. I actually kind of like what this is turning into. I didn't mean it for it to turn into anything, but it is kind of looking cool. Kind of liking it. Oh, I tried to do Maya. Wow, I pressed a Maya hotkey. That's how familiar it feels. Okay, shift to extrude. Okay. Cool. Oops. What if I can remove a line if I have too many lines? I'm sure they'll get to that later. ProBuilder is much more complex than I thought. Same. It's kind of cool. I'll probably use it to block out levels, actually, and strain. It's a lot easier than like editing in Maya, playing it, seeing a problem, going back to Maya, exporting. Like, it's all built in. Should make level design a lot faster. And then I can take that final shape and edit that. That's also like leaves like, I don't have to figure out level design and environment, like art direction at the same time. I can just focus on one thing. Yeah, I like it. I like this. Okay, cool. When you move or change the size of an edge or face while holding down the Shift key, the connected surfaces as well as the selected ones are copied together, forming a new shape from the original one. You can see this technique. You can use this technique to make more complex shapes. I wonder what kind of stuff we can make a lot of stuff with just the tools we've learned so far, and there's more to come. That's cool. Modulo, thank you so much for 27 months. I hope you're doing good. Manifold Garden is all ProBuilder? I didn't know that. That's cool. Hey, Giormao. I'm gonna ask, what are we working for? We're working for the weekend. I don't know. Oh, they made chairs and a table. That's cool. I'm not sure what you mean by the question, but today we're doing a session where we follow a Unity Learn guide, 2 of them actually. One for story building, which is kind of like cinematics and animation. And the other one is, the one we're currently looking at is to basically build out a level using Unity's ProBuilder, which is like 3D modeling within Unity, basically. Good stuff. Let's go to the next one. Okay, create 3D models with round faces, curved shapes. Enable additional features. Okay, so we need to go Editor Preferences, ProBuilder. Sorry, Edit Preferences, ProBuilder. And then experimental features, enable. Make sure you save your work before enabling it. It's just in case. Okay. Save and enable experimental features. Oh, it's taking a second to do its thing. Build a curved model. Find a new Bezier shape tool has been added to ProBuilder window after recompiling. Select this tool to create a 180-degree curve model in the scene. Whoa, that's that's cool. Thought you were working with Blender. Are you changing? Good question. So I actually use Maya as my main 3D software. I use Blender sometimes as well. And now we're looking at ways to do 3D models in Unity. I don't think I will drop any, but this will be, so you can do, it seems like you can do quite a bit without needing a third party software like Blender or Maya. But because I already know them and I'm comfortable in them, what might end up being a good pipeline for me to work is make my level using this stuff, and I can get the general shapes and I do it right in Unity. The benefit of this one is that I can change it here in Unity and walk around. It's like there's no in between. I don't have to import, export, make adjustments like that. I can adjust it with my character model right beside. I don't have to import the character model into my Maya scene. So a lot of speedy, like there's a lot of tools, there's a lot of benefits to this approach in terms of speed. So it's really good for level building, level design, gray boxing, blocking out your level, however you want to describe it. Once I have the general idea down and an idea of what the space is going to be, how big, how tall it should be, how wide, how long you walk for, you know, if you're making a first-person shooter, you need to have like blocks from the people. Where will the enemies be placed? All those things are really important to having a really fun game, especially if you're doing something where your success depends on the environment, which is a lot of games, more or less, depending. So having the ability to quickly change and edit it within Unity is really helpful, and that's what the main feature of ProBuilder is. So what I'll probably do is block it out and using these shapes. I don't know how complex I'll get with it, but looks like the options are probably you can go more in detail than I will go, but I can still block stuff out in this way. Then what I'll be able to do, I haven't learned how to yet, but later I'm going to figure out how to export what I've made in Unity and bring that into Maya or Blender, and then in those software I can do even more detailed stuff. For example, both of them have like sculpting in terms of like you're working with clay. I don't think ProBuilder has that. I'm not sure where the cutoff is of what other external software has versus this. But wherever this stops, I can carry on and get more granular, more detailed, more high fidelity in a third-party tool. So they actually work together really well, but you could use just this depending how detailed your scenes are going to be. So hopefully that helps. There are 3 components for Bezier curves: vertex, tangent handle, rotation handle. The vertex is a component that comprises the green curve here, which can be added by selecting the curve. Adjust the tangent angle of each vertex, the tangent handle, adjust the tangent angle of the vertex, changing the drawn curve. So you guys probably have, Bezier curves are like, they're like a vector shape that you can have geometry around. I don't know if I'm explaining that well. Feel free to clarify if I didn't describe it quite right. But you can, like, if you guys have done vector drawing, like if you've used Adobe Illustrator, if you used Flash, if you use vectors in Photoshop, I'm sure there's many other places that use it. You know, you change the shape based on like angles and points, and then that's basically what we're doing with the Bezier curve, and then it's adding geometry around that curve. It's a really handy way to do things, as you can see in these diagrams. So you can even change the rotation at different points, which is really interesting here. Okay, cool. So you can also adjust the shape of the curve of the Bezier shape component in the inspector window in the following components. So here's some stuff. Let's take a look. Can we add a Bezier curve? Here it is. Ooh. Okay, let's take a look at some of these features I mentioned. So this, whoa. Oh, I see. Ah, you can just click to add new points. Can I remove a point? how do I remove a point now? I can undo the point I added. So if I click on it, we can change that. And you can see here, there's new tools in addition to the, these are called manipulators. There are different ways of scale, rotation. This is scale, rotation, and translation. We now on these have an additional handle on our manipulator, and this affects the curve, as you can see, the curve in the direction of that vector here, the Bezier curve. Very cool. Very cool. And the rotation. Oops. So here's the editor stuff. Position. Tangent in. Rotation X. Clear points. Oops. Oh, these are all, I don't know what those are. Let's read this. Close loop. Draws a curve to the opposite side to make a completely closed shape. Where is that? Close loop? Whoa. Editing Bezier shape. Edit Bezier shape. Clear points, add point. Oh. Oh, I see add point, and now this one we can change. Whoa. Oh. What? It's like kind of makes me think of like a balloon animal. Oh, cool. There's the position of the new point, I guess. Oh, let's make a water slide. Yeah. Because I saw on some social media last night, someone made a water slide in their home, some dad, and he went down it, and it was like absolute chaos. He looked very injured after, like, oh, like not very injured, but he didn't look like he had a good time. He was like screaming on the way down. I shouldn't laugh, but also I can't help it. I'm sorry. It sounds like something I would do. Like, water slide. Let's make it extreme. Do extreme. Do extreme. He was fine though. He was fine. Everybody's fine. Okay, maybe we can make a water slide. I wonder if I can take this shit. Oops, oops. Okay, now we have a shape like this. And I wonder if I can change the there's closed loop. Cool. Oh, wow. Or you can change the topology. Whoa. That's really handy. I almost like these Bezier curves better than Maya. I know you have all the capabilities in Maya, but they make them really straightforward in this. Nice editor. Okay, let's turn off editing, and then we can just like move it around. Whoa, interesting. Okay, do a lot with that. Let's catch up on chat here. Does ProBuilder cost extra? No, it is included in Unity. I don't want to ride that water slide. Yeah, the one I described. Or this one. Now Unity has spaghetti generation tool. Who doesn't want to make spaghetti in their game? Everybody needs a spaghetti in their game. I'm telling you, ProBuilder is an awesome tool. I've used it a lot. Yeah, I'm seeing how useful this can be. I shouldn't laugh, but I also can't help it. That's so base. It's a great tool for making cables and wires in an environment. Yes, it would, actually. I am constantly struggling with getting my wires to connect to each other. From like Maya into Unity, I have to keep like going back and forth. I did it literally yesterday. And this, I could just do it in the level. So even like that alone would be useful. You can use polybrushes for sculpting. What? Holy cow, they really built this out. Okay, let's see. Let's keep going and see what else it can do. That's impressive already. Building shapes through operations. No way, they got booleans in this? You can use operations on two overlapping 3D models to create a unique shape in ProBuilder from their intersection, union, or subtraction. Cool. Okay, so tools, ProBuilder experimental boolean tool. I already forgot what that was. Something experimental boolean tool. What? Okay, I have an idea of how this might work. Let's create like a cylinder. And let's give it some extra sides. Okay. So if I put that one into here, I'll call it curve. That one into here. Okay, so assuming this is similar to other 3D tools, union means it will become one shape. Subtraction means it will remove that shape. An intersection, I don't know. I don't know what intersection does. Oh, it made whatever overlaps, which is a very strange result. Let's try doing union. Apply. It didn't seem to do. Oh. Wait for this to do its thing. Let's read it as we go through. So, operation type and apply. And you can create all kinds of stuff like this. Oh, you know what? I probably shouldn't be doing it with a Bezier curve as my first one. If this crashes, we know it's still experimental, so we'll see what its capabilities are. Might not be able to do it on a Bezier curve. Okay, cool. Splitting surfaces? Whoa. To do more detailed 3D modeling, you can add more faces to the shape. You can split surfaces using various tools from the ProBuilder window. The editing tools for adding, deleting, or splitting components are indicated by the red category. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. I think I might have gotten a little overzealous on this. I might have to do a simpler shape to try it for the first time. Let's catch up on chat in the meantime. Hello folks joining, welcome in, welcome in. Post-apocalyptic water slide? Don't tempt me. I'd have to do water simulation if I did a water slide in Strain. I don't know if I want to go there. And like people clothes getting wet. It'd be a whole thing, but it would be fun. Maybe we'll just do a separate water park game at some point, since I love them. Slide into a ball pit? I could do a slide without water. Slide. Slide. Okay. I think we might have some whoops. Let's reopen. Let's reopen this and try again. Strain penguin NPC. Like a creepy McDonald's ball pit. Oh, that'd be actually cool, like an abandoned abandoned fast food playground. The apocalypse, they wouldn't have running water slides, would they? Like an abandoned broken one, maybe? Oh, an abandoned water park could be cool too. That's true. Abandoned water park would be pretty cool. All right, we're gonna think of some ways to put slides in now that we have the abilities. Okay, let's go. Let's go to some more simple shapes for this stuff. We open ProBuilder. We make. Oh, I don't think it has stuff set. Let's go preferences. Turn that on. Then we should save it after, and then I'll mess around with some booleans, and we'll check out the new tools. And at the end of the day, if we still have time after these tutorials, we're gonna make something with it. Possibly something that is also using the other stuff that we learned today. Yeah, other abandoned McDonald's, abandoned water park. I'm trying to think of other places that would have slides. That could be cool in an apocalypse. Okay, save. And there's our curve. Okay, so we looked at that. Here is, let's check out the, oh, we can do stairs. Giant stairs. So if I select it and then I can edit shape, we're gonna add more steps. Let's make it shorter. Okay. So let's say we have a big staircase in our city for no good reason. Let's add. Oh, that's a plane. Okay, I was wondering what the difference is. So this one's plane, this one's cube. I'm not sure. These are two, those look like planes. This is a cube. Let's bring this over here. I'm gonna make them match up. You know what? We'll mess around with making stuff look cool first. Let's just get the tools working. I don't want to get like lost in that while we're in the middle of the tutorial. So if we build a cylinder and we give it some extra things, we rotate it. In fact, let's get it like that. And we want to make like a little arch. I mean, we could have just made an arch, but we can do it with a cylinder too, probably. Under the stairs. Now, let's save. Okay, so what was it we were doing? Tools, ProBuilder, experimental, Boolean. We add that one. We add the stairs. We go subtraction. I don't know if it's gonna go this way or the other way. I'll have to try both. Zombie Ronald slowly walking towards a player. There's no zombies. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, looks like it's very experimental still. But you know what? It's the same with, it's like a little finicky in other software too. Lots of math going on, yeah. Oh, there's some weird stuff that's happened here. Let me try like very basic shapes. I wonder if it's so experimental that it needs to be like, oh, I was also using, okay, I was using the result of it. So square, another square. We add these both to this. We can do subtraction, apply. Oh, I see. It was making a new game object. I had to turn the other ones off. Wow. Okay, that's cool. And then I can also, and it keeps the old ones, which is actually nice, because then I can also go like union, and it should make one game object that's combined. Also very useful. And let's do the last one, which is intersection, which I think is just the place where they meet. So yeah, just that. Pretty cool. Okay, good to know. There's so many things. There's still many more. Okay, let's keep learning. So we did go over that. You can split surfaces with various tools in ProBuilder. Window. Okay. Oh, it's like an edge loop. Okay, so where do we begin? Oh, there was a thing about red. Here it is. Editing tools are indicated in red. And I'll go a little bigger since we're not watching stuff right now. Where are we now? So let's close Boolean stuff. Get rid of these guys for now. Give ourselves a cube to mess with. And oh yeah, I don't know how to switch these back to the text. I switched it to like pop out. I don't know how to make it back. Tools ProBuilder. Oh, I can just do that. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So these are editing. Red is editing. Oh, by the way, it was just right click and you can switch to text versus icons. I don't think I'm muted. You're muted. Too creative. That's weird. Maybe my audio cut out for a second for some reason. Okay, we're back. We're good. The editing tools for adding, deleting, or splitting components are indicated by a red category. The new tools will appear in the ProBuilder after you switch between vertex, edge, and selection. Oh, cool. Oh my gosh, which one are we gonna do? I don't even know where to begin. There's material editor and stuff. Holy cow. Pretty handy. All you non-artists, now's your time to learn how to make environments without having to pick up another external tool. And the cool thing is, if you're like a dev and you don't really want to have to learn like Blender or Maya or something, learning this, blocking out your own levels, and then giving that to an artist will save so much back and forth, because they can just make that look right. You don't have to test where everything will be after. Super handy if it's multiple people, but also handy if it's one. Hey Red K, welcome in. Anyone who's just joining, we are working with Unity Learn today. We are looking at this particular, well, we're actually looking at this particular lesson on Unity Learn, real-time animated storytelling. And we are learning basically cinematics and animation in Unity. We're covering things like level design, environment modeling and set dressing, animation, cinematography. There's some really good tools for cinematics in Unity. And we're going to be looking at lighting. We're looking at effects, final render. There's lots here. So hopefully by the end of this lesson, you guys will know how to put together a whole, not only like a level, but an actual animation and cinematic if you want to as well. Right now we're looking at ProBuilder, which is a built-in tool in Unity that I haven't looked at before, so this is new to me. Basically 3D modeling in Unity, which is really impressive because that used to not be possible. So this is relatively new. Connect vertices. Which one do we want to try here? Connected vertices. Vertice colors. Vertex goes material, small, new shape. Cut tool. Ooh. This is very useful. Because now you can have like a hole in your shape if you want, which would be useful. For example, if you want to do a... Oh, I guess I can't. If I reset it. Okay, cool. Then I can change. I should be able to change if it's one way or the other. But I'm still getting used to this myself. But like we could do this, right? And then if we have it I guess I still need to learn some stuff. There's a way to make it inversed, but I don't remember where that was now. So I can't show you yet, but there are ways to do cool stuff. And if you make a hole in your interior, like we had an interior thing, it's like it could be like a way in or out of this shape. Even, let me see if I can do this. That. So we could go cut tool. So now you can have like a broken glass window or something. See how powerful that could be? Lots you can do with an edge tool like that. I recently started delving into more advanced stuff in Unity, just out of curiosity, like shaders, rendering, and data-oriented approach. Really cool stuff. Finding Unity and game development in general more interesting now. There's so much to learn. That's the cool thing about game development. Like, even if you really spend a lot of time learning and getting good at stuff, and the cool thing is, like, at the beginning, you learn a little bit, and there's so many things you can do with just a little bit of an understanding. Then you get comfortable, you get familiar, it's pretty easy to do the things that you want to do. There's still so much more you can learn, and you can do like more innovative and unusual types of games and applications with it, because you just have new abilities and stuff. So I wonder if I can select. Oh, I can. Oh, so this is coming from the first point. So we're going to probably want to do things with a center pivot point in the future, I imagine. Lots of weird, interesting shapes you can make. I know, right? Yeah. I know, I'm still just learning. There's so many things that, like, when I started, I dreamed of being able to do things smoothly like I can do now. But now that I'm at this point, I feel like the possibilities are even bigger than I thought when I started. It's like the more you learn, the more you want to learn, which is good and bad, I guess. Mostly good, though. The good side of it is, even when the further you get, the more you can do. It only makes you a more powerful dev. Okay, cool. So there's lots of things you can do. They're showing some examples here. That's pretty cool. They did like a grid within this cube, and then they added stuff. There's so many ways you could make a table with legs the way they're doing, including the Boolean to combine shapes would also work here. Lots of cool stuff. Okay, the quick selection tool is to select multiple faces. Oh, I basically did that with the line, but let's do it with this. Control left click. That's shift left click. I don't know what control left click does. Oh, is this doing edge loops like we just did, which it looks like. Okay, so similar to Maya, if you click on one face and you hold control and clicked on one beside it, if it forms a loop like this does, it will go all the way around, which is another thing that's really useful if you guys are doing 3D modeling. Some of you are familiar with this, but if you haven't done 3D modeling, getting an edge loop together like that can be really helpful, especially with things like lines like this, right? It's much easier to do that than have to select each one individually. Ryan, weird shape. Wonder how close of, I wonder if you could make like a character. Okay, that's cool. Smoothing edges. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh my God, there's a lot here. They really did a lot with this. Choose one edge of the shape from multiple shapes while holding shift. Then check the selection edge ring tool, which searches horizontally around the perimeter of the shape to choose all the edges around it. So that's what we were just doing with shift, but it looks like they're teaching us how to do it in a different way. So let's learn that, and then selection edge ring. Select edge ring. There it is. Okay, cool. Again, you can just double click if you're holding control. But useful. Whatever way you do it. Okay, so we're going to select those and we're going to round them. Click the bevel tool. I gotta get used to which color means what. So red, I think, is like... Ooh. Do I have control over how big that is? Let's do this. Oops, we can't only do it one time, so we gotta pick the one that we want, like that. Or we could do it very small, very subtle, very demure. Like that. Cool. What else have we got? Deleting faces. Oh, we just did that with that top face. So you just select the face and click delete. So like if we didn't want this face, we do that, we select it, delete it. Okay, merge faces. Oh yeah, that was one I wanted to do on our other weird shape. Can also merge surfaces if they are unnecessarily split. This can be helpful to set up UV mapping more easily in some cases. Let's say we don't need this edge loop here. That one didn't do it. Let's see if this will. What was it again? Select edge ring? It's modeled in a way it doesn't understand what's the edge loop. So we can just select them in that case. And then merge faces. Okay, let's do that and that. Merge faces. It's interesting. So it keeps the shape, but it gets rid of that line. Okay. We're not going to do that right now because I want to stick with this shape. But it's good to know that that's an available option. Using object tool. Select the center pivot. The object. Sometimes after editing the shape, the center pivot might have moved. To rotate the objects around correctly, use the center pivot. Select the center pivot tool to reset the pivot center of the object regardless of the previous pivot point. Okay, so our center of our shape is roughly centered, but not quite. Let's see. There's center pivot. Cool. Handy. Oh. Select the object, copy it by using Control D. Transform components, mouse and Control left. Merge the two objects. Merge objects. Oh. Reset the location and size. The new shape with the freeze transform tool. Freeze transform tool. Oh, it goes to 0, the 0th place of the world. We don't really want to do that. I mean, I guess if we go 0, 0, 0, and then freeze it, we could do that. Cool. I just recalled I've seen the Microsoft Azure and PlayFab tutorials of yours on YouTube. Oh, good. I hope they were helpful. Yeah, those were fun to do as well. Thank you, Sanko. Excellent words. I don't even know that one. Her hair is very luscious and hirsute? What does that mean?
Hirsute. Hirsute.
Hairy. My hair is hairy. Thanks, I think. Your hair has hair. Ooh. This is some alien stuff. Thank you, though, and excellent words. Okay, cool. We got that one marked as complete. Okay, merging vertices, another handy thing to be able to do. So let's say we want, this is becoming a monstrosity. Let's go back to one of them at least. Okay. So let's say we want to merge this and this. Weld, no. Alright, weld vertices. Then try to move the same vertices around, see if they merge correctly. Oh. Wait a second. Oh, so there's a distance at when it will allow you to weld them, and then we just have to increase it for these ones to work. Okay, interesting. So you can see that they merge together here. Cool. Make sure that that you select all the vertices, even ones that are hidden behind some visible faces. Right. Okay. Create a unique structure using various tools. We'll come back to that and try to make some cool stuff in a little bit. There's an official manual if anyone's following along. You guys can reference that. Everything so far seems pretty straightforward. Does anyone have any questions on any of this stuff or anything that we want to look at together? Questions from the chat? Questions, comments, concerns, feedback. What was step 1 again? Download Unity. Turn on your computer. No, you're great, Asanko. Thank you for the compliment. Your English is great. Question. Can you repeat everything that just happened the last 3 hours? I just got here. Okay, thanks.
News question for me.
All right. Thanks for the bits, ISM. Question. I'm very concerned. Just to catch anyone up who is joining, we're working with Unity Learn today. We're going through the real-time animated storytelling tutorial. It does say it's 25 hours, so we might not get through all of it, but we're going to see how much we can get through today. We are currently on the real-time pre-visualization, which we are using an updated version of ProBuilder tutorial to go through it. ProBuilder is basically 3D modeling in Unity at this point, or it can be very simple modeling that's like just basic shapes, and you can take those shapes and bring them into an external 3D modeler. The benefit of that is if you are doing level design in Unity, you can adjust it much more quickly and easily. You can iterate really quickly, and then you can take that into a separate software instead of constantly like guessing and going back and forth, which I do a lot with Maya. So if I use something like this, it will take out a lot of that guesswork and trial and error process. So it can really help make things faster. So this is really handy to learn. So we're learning ProBuilder. We're about halfway through that. And then we're going to go back to storytelling, where we're going to learn things like environment, animation, cinematography, lighting, effects. There's a lot in this. And if you guys want the link to the here's a link to the ProBuilder tutorial. Here's a link to the storytelling tutorial. And here's a link to the Unity Learn Home. If you guys want to follow something like this to learn anything else in Unity, this is how I learned Unity. It was different back when I learned it, but it's gotten a lot better over time. So I recommend starting there if you guys want to learn Unity. There's a lot of really good tutorials on YouTube, but I think following something like this gives you a really good foundation, and it's all laid out. They've spent a lot of resources in making sure that they cover the things you need to know to use that tool or that element of it. And then you can use that foundation to go to YouTube, do different tutorials to learn specific things, or, you know, complement your foundational learnings with the YouTube stuff. So that would be my recommendation. So, okay, UV unwrapping. This is advanced. If you guys want to stop here with the ProBuilder stuff and you just want to block out shapes, totally valid use of ProBuilder. We're going to go above and beyond and see the capabilities of UV mapping. If you guys are not familiar with UV mapping, that is basically telling software where you want the texture to sit on the 3D object. So you're going to make a texture in two dimensions, and it's going to wrap around the shape in some way or another, kind of like the way you have when you have a piece of clothing. That clothing is a 2D thing that somebody had to go and cut the material in the right shape and sew it together, and then when you put it on, you wrap it around yourself in a very similar way as what we're doing with our textures on a 3D object. All right. I'm so glad you're learning a lot. Are you a Unity user now? Oh, see you later, Epictetus. Have a good one. All right. So, here we go. Check the current UV mapping. While modeling, you may find that some parts of an object have uneven textures. For this step, create a cylinder using New Shape tool. Okay. Let's see, New Shape tool. Cylinder. There's a way to make it square. Oh, we can always do it manually. Okay. To fix this, you need to flatten the faces evenly to build a neat 3D model. Select the UV editor and ProBuilder window. Okay. Ooh. Oh, wow. It's like a whole 3D modeling software. Select the shape and then the faces. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So they're all cut right now. Eventually we probably want to sew them. Okay, got it. Automatically flatten the UV. UV set mode is set to automatic by default. Change the properties in the actions panel in the UV editor window to flatten the faces evenly. Can I select all? Where's flatten? Flip normals. Where was it? I was supposed to look for it. Change the properties in the actions panel of the UV editor. Actions panel. Change the properties in the actions panel. Select faces, like group selected faces. Reset. Select the faces and change the fill mode and anchor to adjust them. Fill mode, anchor, middle center. This is very similar to Maya. Okay. Fit, adjust the size to fit the texture area while maintaining the aspect ratio of the surface. Tile. Tiles the texture evenly throughout the object. Stretch expands or shrinks the surface to precisely fit the textured area. Other than that, you can adjust the properties with rotation, tiling, and other actions. Cool. Manually flatten the UV. Right, okay, so let's flatten the UV of the model you completed at the building with tools tutorial. Open the UV map of the UV editor. Select all and then select convert to manual. Then assign a proper UV, project UV for the model. Okay, convert to manual. Okay, interesting. You can do different types of projections. So planar. What are they recommending here? Apply UV mapping from the view you're looking at. Oh, okay. So the planar goes from whatever you're looking at. Interesting. If you're looking at from each side of the cube, select fit textures at the bottom. Fit UVs rather to one UV map. And that should be, yeah, that looks good. Nice. Okay, cool. Edit the UV maps directly in the scene view. Sometimes it'd be easier. We just kind of did that where you move them around here. You know, we can select a face and we can like move that how we want. If we want, we can also do this where we change the size of things, stretch it if we want. Handy. Wow. Let's go to the next one. Assigning colors. Okay, this is gonna open up all kinds of new possibilities. Have a good one, Kiza. Noted this down. Good. Hopefully this is helpful for you guys. Any questions so far before we look at color, assigning colors to the ProBuilder stuff? Nope, everyone's good. Okay, let's go. Vertices and color data. So far you have altered models by working on their fundamental components, vertices, edges, and faces. When it comes to assigning colors to shapes, the vertices are the most important component of a 3D model. Vertices come together to form an edge, and the edge comes together to form a face. This is why vertices save very important data of the 3D model, one of which is color data. Change selection mode. To change colors of various faces more easily, it can be helpful to select the vertices hidden behind the other faces as well. There is select hidden toggle among the select tools that allow you to select all of the hidden components when turned on. Turn the toggle on before the next step. Okay. Let's go to this and probe. Select hidden. Select hidden. That looks like a different area. ProBuilder. Hidden on. It's a ProBuilder window. Did I miss something here? Rendering. General. There's a select hidden toggle among the select tools. Where's the select tools? It looks like that. Maybe I can see it easier if it looks like this. Is it that one? No. Maybe I need to be doing like this. Select hidden off, select hidden on. Okay, there we go. So just if anyone missed it, I turned on the face selection mode here in the corner, and then it's here listed as select hidden. It's now set as on. And if we go here, we go back to our face selection mode. It's got to be one of these icons that we see in the other thing. Here. Hidden. Okay, cool. I'll go back to text mode for now. Color palette. The Vertex Colors tool is at the top of the ProBuilder window. Select this to open the Vertex Color Editor. This knowledge will really give people a competitive edge. We're just scratching the surface. And you make a good point. Okay. All right. I don't know why I joined in on those puns. Let's go back. Vertex Color Tools, the ProBuilder window. Select this to open the Vertex Color Editor. What was it? Vertex Color, the top of the ProBuilder window. Wonder if I have to have vertices selected. I keep forgetting what I need to do. Vertex colors, vertex colors. Is it this? Vertex colors. Okay, so in object view, object mode, vertex colors. Ooh. Pink. These are my default color palette. So I can go in and totally change it. Okay. These colors are the default palette in ProBuilder. You can select each color and change them to another to create a custom palette. We figured that one out on our own, which is great. It means it's a sign of good UX. It's easy to apply colors. You can apply them to having face selection on to create sharp edges between changes of color. However, when you select the faces, you want to color by dragging over the area of the vertex selection. You create softer. Okay, wait a second. That's cool. I haven't seen that before. Let's start with just one thing at a time. I want to make a colorful thing to start. Cool. Okay, so far so good. Kind of squishing my view here. What's the next thing it said? Something about soft colors with the edge. When you select the faces you want to color by dragging over the area of the vertex selection on, you can create a softer change between colors. Select apply. Okay. Whoa. Cool. Whoa. That's a handy tool I haven't seen before. I like it. Big softy. Okay, next. Wow, very good. Apply materials. Oh my goodness. We can even use external. Okay. I don't know why I'm constantly getting shocked. I just didn't realize you could 3D model like this in Unity. People have asked me about this before. I'm gonna have to update what I say and be like, yeah, you can do some pretty advanced modeling using ProBuilder. Especially if you add materials, external materials. You can create a material using plus button or create material menu. Just want to see what this is. So you can get them from the store, of course. Like these. I wonder if there's some free ones we can mess around with. These ones look good. Let's do it. If you guys are not familiar with the Unity Asset Store, this is a great time to get used to it. This, if you click it, takes you to here. And from here you can click on Textures and Materials, which opens up the Unity Asset Store, or you can just Google it, Unity Asset Store, and search for textures, materials. Here it is, 2D texture materials. It's probably under 3D as well. Oh no, 3D is like mesh. Okay, so 2D is texture and materials. And you can select free if you just want to mess around and see what's available and how they work. And then later on, if you want something that's, you know, unavailable for free, you can go ahead and purchase assets as well. And they have some really nice ones, including a set called Goodies, which is not a texture, but I'm just self-promoting for no reason. Scrabette, thank you so much for 56 months. Holy cow, how are you doing? Nice to see you. We're doing today a Unity Learn tutorial with storytelling. So we're basically creating cinematics and animations through Unity. Also, we did an animation last week, which was really fun. And after the stream, I used something that Unity has to export your scene into a movie, and it worked perfectly. It took like 5 minutes. I installed it. I pressed convert to movie or whatever, and it like exported a video that I just uploaded to YouTube without having to do any editing or anything. So we can do that at the end if we go through all of this. So yeah, if you guys ever want to make animations, this is actually like 3D animation or even 2D animation. Unity is actually a good tool for that as well. It's not going to render like something like Blender might. It's not going to render in the same like way, but you can get pretty good, whatever you can get with real time here. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what the limitations of animations in Unity are. You might be able to actually render it like in some way. That's part I've not looked into, but you can, whatever you make in your game, you can export as a movie basically with high quality. Okay, so once you're in the asset store, if you want to add it to your project, you got to be signed in, which I am. Add to my assets, accept the terms, and then open in Unity. Open in Unity Editor. I'll just make sure it always does that. And whatever project you have open, it's going to bring it into. So if you have multiple open, make sure you have the right one open and like selected. And then you can just click download and then import once it's done. And then we're going to see if we can apply some of these to our scene. It's going to take a minute to download. Good chance for me to take a mini break. I'll be right back. Okay. Glad you're doing well, Scrubbit. Okay. Let's import it now. And import. Hey, Bruno. Without goodies for food, there is 3D assets of food in one of the goodies packs. Does that count? Okay, cool. Whoops. All right, let's close our UV editing. Oh wait, we might need that in a minute. I'll put that over on my other screen. Okay, so how do we apply materials now? They were just telling us in the guide. Let's see. You can add or create material menu. Material editor. Okay, we have a bunch now because we brought stuff in, I think. Ooh, okay, this is not a material that's useful for us, not like a looping material. What would be a good one here? This one maybe? Ooh. What was the thing we just brought in? Here it is, ALP assets, materials. Oh, I gotta convert them to be URP. So this is another thing that's unrelated to our main project, but if you ever import something and you see pink textures, if you're using URP or HDRP, you might need to convert textures to the correct setting. So to do that, you can just go over to Window, Rendering, Render Pipeline Converter, and we're gonna go built into URP. I'll select, I'll select rendering material upgrade. I don't think we have any animation to worry about or that, so we'll just do those two. Initialize and convert. Save and continue. And now you can see them converting over. I don't know why that one didn't, but maybe I should select these. I'm not sure why that one didn't. I don't think I've seen one not get converted before. There might just be a problem with the shader. Hey, 2021. Give that a second. In the meantime, let's look at our options here. So we went over that. This pack is for HDRP. The tutorial is prepared accordingly. Oh, the pack that we're doing a URP. Heads up. I'm using URP for this tutorial. So the textures I just used, sometimes I don't know, sometimes there might be issues with the conversion if it's not made specifically for URP. But it is a free asset pack, so I'm not going to complain. All right, cool. Preparing a material palette. A material palette. Oh, like, so we have like options to choose between. That'd be handy, actually. It's a lot better than in Maya. I have to like right click, find the thing. It'd be easier to just see it on a palette. Thank you, Zul. Have a good one, Loser. All right, cool. So that's done its thing. That one's the only one we can't use. That's fine. So I'm assuming we can just be like, loop, loop, and then we can select things and switch them. Very handy. Hey, material editor. cool. Whoa, think of all the things we could do with this. I should have put them in with the right. Oh, ground 1, ground 2, ground 3, ground 4. I mean, ground is basically... Can I just do it to anything? Or does it have to be ProBuilder stuff? It might have to be ProBuilder. Let me try making a plane with ProBuilder. Okay. I almost want to be like, go away, city. We've got everything we need now. But I think we might need that for the later part of these lessons. So, another thing, we might cover this in the tutorial still, but when you're doing 3D modeling, you can see that the size of the textures are very different, and so they look really different. If you scale the thing, you can see it stays, the material stays the same size as the shape. But if we go into the UV editor here, which I brought over there, you can adjust it. So for example, we can do this. We can select all of these, convert to auto. Fit, we'll give it the same as this one. So those are some things to get used to. We did have a look at it, but it's going to be something for me to also get used to because it works a little bit differently than the software I've used before. So, but it's all there. It's all got what we need. I wonder if we have other materials. Textures. I almost want like so these are free materials on the asset store. Here's 25 stylized materials. These all look really impressive, honestly. We could probably build a lot of stuff with this pack and ProBuilder. And it's specifically for URP. I think I'm gonna bring it in and check out the materials of it. Professional cake eaters? I wouldn't mind being a professional cake maker. I feel like that'd be fun. You can do a lot of creative stuff making cakes. Especially today, there's like people make entire rooms that are like all cake. It's getting out of control, actually. People need to take it down. Take it down a notch. Just about done downloading. Now we can import. Well, wait, there's probably a lot of assets in this, so it'll take a second. Yes. Okay, let's close those asset store stuff. Whatever we get out of... Oh, these ones are good too, though. Let's see what's here. Ooh. These are also cool. This would be cool for the different shapes we're making. Ah, it's hard to pick. And then there was stylized. We have enough ground, I think. Stylized could be cool too. All right, I'm gonna bring these two in also, and we can do all kinds of stuff when we're ready too. I'm still importing the last one. Okay, we got 2 ready to go. Let's see what else we got. Preparing a material palette. So this is pretty straightforward as we just drag the things in and we can apply it, which is very... Oh, and you can do Alt and the number, so you can just apply it with your hotkeys. That's cool. Quick materials can be previewed. Select a face while holding Control Shift to apply it. Okay, let's see. Control Shift. Whoa. I'm confused a little bit, to be honest. Let me see. Alt 4. Ooh. Whoops. I can do it with my hotkeys. Select a face while holding Control Shift keys to apply it. I see. How do I... Oh, I need to have like This is gonna take some getting used to for me. But the tools are there. Material palettes. Yeah, so that one at Alt and the shortcut keys worked well. In the material palette, you can add or delete number of palettes saved as scriptable objects. Handy. Oh. I like it. Okay. Boop. Apply materials using the material palettes. Oh, I wonder if I can do... Wait a second. Okay, this is maybe not possible. If I select those and apply it, can I do the blending like on the other one? No, I don't think so. I think that was for colors only. Yeah. Okay. That would be cool though. I would have liked that. Apply material using the material palette. Select... Oh yeah, we just did that. That part was straightforward. Okay. Do you speak English, Lucky? Oh, thank you. Like, Mike, your game dev show is one of the best I've seen. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. All right. So, saving and exporting files. Okay, interesting. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where if we have a whole scene that we've done in here, and let's say we want to bring it into another software for any reason. I mean, you could technically use Unity to model and bring it into a different engine, even if you wanted to, which would be a weird way to do it. But you could technically do this stuff, export it, and then use it elsewhere. What I would probably do is export it, bring it into Maya or Blender, maybe add some details, and then bring it back into Unity. Let's take a look. So, setting files. ProBuilder offers a feature that lets you export a complicated model in the Unity editor as a file. First, select an add. First, select the Add button next to the Export tool to export format type. Export settings, let's see. So we want to export whatever this thing is. Export. Wait, there's settings on this. So let's do it as... Oh, you can do prefab asset. I don't know what PLI. This STL is like 3D printer. If you guys are 3D printers, you guys have a 3D printer, you could use this to make your thing and export it. So very handy. Lots of settings here. Let's bring all of it. And I'll just save it to my desktop. You can hover those to get more information on it, but this stuff I'm familiar with personally. But like, you know, if you want to include any, this is one game object. If there's game objects underneath it, like childed to it, I don't know how else to describe it. But if there's objects within this one, you can export those as well. Export as a group, apply transformation. So all this stuff, you can apply the textures or not, or copy the textures. So there's a lot of settings there that you can go into more detail with if you need to. Export and check files. Whoa, cool. When you export the model, other files will be created according to the properties you set in the export settings window. The model files exported this way can be used in other 3D modeling tools or real-time rendering engine programs. So yeah, you could also render it in something else if you like it a lot, if you want to go more detail on the rendering. Okay. Do we want to see it? Let's open it in Maya. I'm curious. Are you curious, chat? Hey, Dinar, how's it going? It's going good. ProBuilder, we're on ProBuilder right now. ProBuilder's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive stuff. This is our cube. Oh, there it is. Very nice. There's the materials too. So we could go ahead and do, I don't know, what can we do in Maya that we can't do in ProBuilder? I'm not really sure yet what can be done. But things can be done if we want to. We'll find the limitations of ProBuilder, and then if we ever want to go beyond, then we have this. But all the things I would do to this off the top of my head you can actually do in ProBuilder. I was gonna like, you know, edit the shape. We can already do that. We can edit faces. We can already extrude. We're also gonna mess up the UV if we do it now. If we did booleans, those would all be. This is all stuff you can do in ProBuilder, so I don't know even what we would do here at this point. But I'm sure I'll think of things as I'm doing more complex stuff that would be nice to have a simple shape and then make it more complex in Unity. You know what? I am curious though. I noticed these are tries. It's got triangles. I wonder if I can get it non-triangulated. It says export quads, which is selected. I wonder if I can do it without the triangles. Maybe I can do that. I'll probably have to mess around with these a little bit to see how to get it the way I want it exactly. No. Vertex colors, copy textures, right-handed, apply transformations. Oh, let's bring in these other packs while we're doing this. Okay, well, more to learn on this. This will take a minute to download. You missed Windows 10. It's gone tomorrow? It will be like officially unsupported tomorrow? Will you be replacing Maya in your workflow? No, I will continue to use Maya, but I might use this before I use Maya. So I'll do level design in Unity, and then I'll export that to Maya to do the details. I don't know if I'm gonna use it, just partly out of familiarity with Maya. I might just block it out here and then do it in Maya, but honestly, I'm very curious to see how detailed of a, you know, how much detail you can put in with this. I think quite a bit. Get updates till next year. Pro tip, I also use ProBuilder for just collider geometry when working with modular assets. Oh, that is very interesting, actually. Good point, Dinara. So, okay, let me import this while I describe what's going on. If you make a very complex scene, if you guys were around yesterday, for example, you know, I had buildings and on the building was a window. You had lots of details on the frame of the window. The window itself had broken glass, which was all kinds of shapes. You're getting a lot of polygons, even in a relatively simple building shape. And so when you put on something called a mesh collider in Unity, that shape, you can tell where it collides with other objects based on the mesh. And if it's a complex mesh, that has actually a lot of computation. So, for example, a building, you might just put a box around it in order to have a simplified collider. However, shapes that are a little bit more complex than a box, you kind of have to use the mesh collider. And in some cases, I've had to go in and create mesh colliders that I basically made a shape around the existing shape in order to make it collide in a way that's realistic without the cost of performance. So what you could do is you could go into your level. The one we worked on yesterday would be a perfect example of this because it's got a lot of complex shapes, but you're only actually going to be colliding with some of them. So let me show you a little bit more visually what this application could be. No, I haven't used Unreal before. Down the road, I'd like to try it, but on my main project's in Unity. I've got a good base of knowledge in Unity, so I don't have any need to look around yet, but it would be cool to know what other engines do at some point. Okay, just give that a second. We've imported this one. Let's get this one imported while that other thing happens. Import. Okay, and so these are now in our hierarchy. Cartoon textures. Okay, so we could set up roof, sand, walls, wood. Oh, I gotta convert these all again. Let's go. Rendering, render pipeline converter, material, rendering settings also, I guess. And initialize and convert. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. In this scene. You know what, let's go in. Let's walk around in it. The easiest way to explain. Okay, I'm gonna do this while that happens. Ooh, stylized stuff. Cool. Ooh, this suits this style a lot better. Still loading, give it a second. It's the first loading session in the editor, it takes a little longer. Okay, walls. Oh, we have a whole bunch. Let's add these all to our palette in the meantime. Walls, walls. We've got stone walls. These are impressive for a free asset. I'm pleasantly surprised. Oh, we're shells. How cute. Okay, what else we got? Sand, roof. Oh, lots of roof materials. Oh man, I kind of want to make like a cool scene with this now. I think we will. Hopefully we'll have time to do all this. Once I show you the box collider thing, we'll continue on with the tutorial. You can see I set up this kind of gigantic palette. Oh, so many. Maybe I don't need all the roofs. I don't know, maybe I do. It's kind of cool to have a palette of all of them. I don't have to look through my folder for the different materials too. I'll be listed. Okay, I think I stop here. There's too many. Oh, these ones are cool though. I almost want to replace these ones with it. Okay, I like this style. Yeah, they're nice. I got flat ones and round ones. Oh wait, these round ones are not it. Round. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Okay, so here we go. So in this scene, oh yeah, I don't have lighting on at all. In this scene, there's a lot of items up here. We don't need to have a collider. Our collider doesn't need to be as detailed as this ladder or this pipe, for example. We could just put a collider around this whole section as like one box. Even a chair, we could simplify into like a simple box shape instead of doing all the details of it. TV is already a box, so that one's probably fine to just use a box collider. But you kind of get the idea. I wanted to show this area, even though it's not, I realize it's not lit. So let me open it this way. So in this scene, you can see that there's all these different building stuff going on. We only really need to have colliders around the area that we can walk. So we could technically just use ProBuilder to build a quick outline of the areas where there's you can't walk. And it actually makes it not only more performant, but a little bit less, it closes off potential bugs, because if it's one solid shape or a few basic primitive shapes, it causes a lot less weird physics collision bugs and errors than you would get from a complex, you know, a collider with complex geometry. So that's definitely another application to use something like ProBuilder. That's all I wanted to show. Let's go back. Okay, we got a whole palette here. What else? We have roofs. We have rocks. Should put some rock materials in here. I want to just make a whole cool world now. Rocks. More rocks. They've got grass. We can have grass here. Different types of grass even. What are the differences? Oh, like slightly different shades and stuff. That one has leaves. Leaves. So cool. Okay. Dirt is our last one here. So we'll see what kind of stuff we end up making with these, with this palette. Okay. So where were we with our learning now? Set up existing shapes. This is, oh, we're gonna make an oak barrel. Okay, cool. So let's start by making a cylinder. with height of 2. New shape. Move this over. Close this. New shape. Cylinder. Height of 2. So let's edit it. It's weird that it's minus. Oh, I see. I dragged it into the wrong direction. So let's go 10, 10. Well, they said to do it as 2, so I guess 1, 2, 1. We got 1.5. That's about a barrel size, yeah. It also has more geometry, so let's add some height cuts. No, we want some side cuts like that. We'll go 20, even though it's kind of a lot. Why not? Then create some loops, loop cuts using edge loop. I mean, we can also do it from here. Height cuts too. Good. Expand the volume of the loops. Okay, so we're going to go in and make them look like this. Now, how do we do this? Select the edges. Weird, I thought that it was doing it before. Oh, there it is. Ah. Trying to figure out how these hotkeys work. Okay, well, we got it. Now we can expand them. Oh. Oh, you know what? It seems to be in the middle, actually. Okay. Edges. Okay, expand that. Here's the thing. How did they select their edges? Because it's doing it from the... Oh, okay, sorry. The pivot point is not centered, but I think it's not centered to our selection. I wonder if that's a setting. Select, I mean, we can go select edge ring, edge loop, and iterative selection. Like the pivot point of the selection is off to the side. Wonder if I do this, if it won't be better. No, it's still coming out from one side. Orientation global, local. Orientation local. Normal local. Let's go global. Unless normal. No, it's global. Shift difference. Select hidden on. Select by color. After moving the location, use the scale to expand the volume of that loop. Oh, here it is. Center versus local. Okay, where do I bring that up? Window, panels, animation, audio, general. Wait, tools, ProBuilder. We brought it up earlier, but I can't remember what it was. Center pivot. It was like not objects. It's gonna bug me. How do I bring that up? Toggle handle position. Where did we bring up center versus local from? I will figure it out. Geometry. Maybe it's one of these. Really material editor, UV editor, vertex colors. Triangulate. Center pivot. That's for the whole object. There must be like a tool somewhere. New Bezier shape. Open light map UV editor. Material editor. Oh, light map UV editor. Wow. Okay. Well, whole nother group of stuff that you can do. Dimensions overlay. Selection. Interaction. Object. Geometry. Material. I want like a toolbar up almost. Experimental. Repair. For actions. Wonder if it's in this. Create a cut. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Open ProBuilder. Let's see if I can find it in the tutorial from earlier. We'll skim through. Looking specifically for that little map, that little window. Where you can change the pivot of things. This. Set up pivots. 3D meshes have pivots. You can change your pivot and create shapes window. So the shape itself is using, doesn't say which type of thing. Well, I can work around it, but that would be a nice thing to figure out at some point, is how to bring this thing up. Toggle tool handle position. You see, set the pivot, make sure you transform, edit shape. Once complete, you can make changes. Edit shape window. Well, let's go back to where we were. And we'll work with it. Select edge loop. To remove and use the scale tool. Okay, well, let's see. Select edge loop. And then scale. I'm like hoping it's gonna pop up somewhere. That doesn't do anything. Okay, well, we can do that and then move it over. A little bit trickier to get right, but we can work with it. It's gonna bug me now. I'm so curious. What do I need to do? It's gonna be such a wonky barrel without a center pivot. Still getting used to trying selecting. There does seem to be a hotkey for it, but it's not doing it every time. So I think I need to do something specific. Okay. Sort of. It didn't actually tell me how to do that. I've just been guessing it. So I'll have to, maybe I'll just stick to the tools that were given to me. Okay, that's a pretty close to the shape I want. It's a little wonkier, but we'll live with it for now. Expand the edge loops. Okay. We're gonna use a bevel tool. So that, select edge loop. And let's keep the bottom as is, I guess. So now bevel, we'll do 0.2 maybe. Too much. 0.1. Not bad. Not too bad. Okay. I think these need to be a little smaller. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And we've done the extrusion. Oh, no, they're extruding it along there. Okay. So faces, select loop. And we're going to bevel again. No, we're going to extrude now. Extrude brings it out. Where is it? Extrude. Extrude faces. Okay, that's what we want. But we want it maybe 0.01. Maybe slightly bigger would work. Something like that. And yeah, they did 0.03 as well. Now merge unnecessary faces. Now that you've finished making the barrel shape, it's time to clean it up. For this next step, merge all the small faces from the top and bottom surfaces. Oh, okay. Use the Grow selection tool to select multiple faces. And then merge faces. What was it? Grow selection. Cool. Okay, then merge faces. Cool. Grow. And merge. Handy. Okay. Refine the UV. You're actually making me a bit excited to dive back into Unity again after not touching it since 2018. Well, there's a lot of good stuff going on right now. It's a lot of good tools to use. I'm glad to hear it's inspiring. Okay, I know this is inspiring me to use ProBuilder myself. Okay, select the UV editor to evenly flatten it. So you can do automatic or manual mode. Let's see what we can get done here. Select the whole thing. UV editor. Select all of it. Go to auto. Fit. Let's try that. We can do a few different tries. And then we'll try with the actual material on. But first, let's see. So we've got a few different ways to do this. Apply them and use a vertex color. So I'm actually thinking instead of vertex color, we can actually use the stuff that we just imported. We have wood planks. And plain wood in general. Okay, so this is where things get interesting. And the UVs now. Here we can do planar. Box might be good here, actually. Just need to rotate it. There we go. Not too shabby. Now, let's do an edge loop here. Down a bit. I'll keep it. I'm gonna keep it actually. Maybe this one. Just so you can see it. I like to always have it. Not like a 90-degree angle, because then you can't see it as well. Okay, so let's select the faces of this. Wait. Nope. Oops. And last one. Okay, let's see if we can put in this. Now, what do they have as options? They have like rocks, isn't quite right. I wonder if I can just do like a plain one. I need to make a new material. Metal, let's call it. And what if I can select by, I guess I want all of this, except not this one, and not this one. So all of these we want selected. That's easier. Okay, let's apply metal, and let's make it metally. Yeah. Make it darker though. Now, convert the model into an asset to use it easily in the future. First, reset the position of the model so the center as the base is located at 0, 0, 0. Then use freeze transformation tool. Then export it to use later. If you select settings button of export and set it to prefab, the material will not be degraded and it will be saved in a prefab format, which is easily to reuse in Unity. Okay, so I want this to be zeroed out. We can go like this. And we bring it up to here. And then if I say freeze transforms, now we have it at the bottom of the barrel. And we can select export as a prefab and export. We'll keep it in our thing as under assets. I'll make one here for prefabs. Oh, we already have a prefabs. Whoops, 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 whoops. We'll make it a barrel. So now in our prefabs folder, we can just bring in the barrel anywhere we want to bring it in now. And it will actually, like, it will snap to the ground as well. Now we have a barrel. Pretty handy, pretty cool. All right, share your creation. Okay, so you can upload it if you want for people to see. I don't think we need to do that right now. Let's continue without submitting. All right, build an arcade machine. Are you guys ready to build an arcade machine? I'm not. But it does look pretty cool. I think I might skip it for now. We'll go back to the rest of the tutorials if you guys want to follow along on this specific thing. This is the tutorial, second last chunk of the lesson. I'll give you the shortened link so it doesn't eat up all of chat. ProBuilder, copy. There it is. And now you guys can find it in Build an Arcade Machine. There's also Build a Garden Light. That's cool. That looks nice. Cool. All right. And another thing that's cool is if you guys are devs and this is not the art style that you want and you don't think you can get the art style that you want with ProBuilder, what you can do is build a barrel that's roughly the size that you want with ProBuilder, make it a prefab, and if I wanted to go into Maya and make like a really detailed custom barrel, what you can do is bring this out, keep the same size in Maya or whatever 3D software, you know, Blender. You could even like sculpt it with a tablet. You can do whatever you want and then bring it back to that prefab and it will replace all of the barrels in your game with a high quality asset from your 3D software of choice. So that's another way to use ProBuilder if you want to do that. It just can be handy. And you don't have to go into as much detail as I did here. You could just do like a rough cylinder that's the size you want, and then you can turn it into a prefab and then later replace it, and easy peasy lemon squeezy, you know? All right, so that concludes the ProBuilder section, and we're gonna go back and learn about the cinematography, I think is next, or maybe it was something else. In the real-time animated storytelling. So I'm going to skim through this in case there's anything unrelated to ProBuilder, because we went through and did ProBuilder. We did stuff like adding shapes. I'm just going to mark this as complete because we did it in the more... And we're not building out the city. That was the only thing. We might need to build out something. But let's mark this all complete since we did a different thing. We didn't really do that one. We did it in the other one. Okay. Creating and altering materials to establish a look. Okay, so we also did some material stuff. I'm gonna skip this because we did it here already. In the other tutorial. And let's check this one. Okay, so directional light. This is a new thing that we didn't do in the ProBuilder stuff.
In this lesson, you'll dramatically change the mood of your scene by adjusting the directional light. This light is meant to behave most similarly to the sun, and therefore can dramatically change your scene from day to night or dusk to dawn.
Many of you who've worked with Unity are already familiar with the directional light, but let's take a look for those who aren't familiar. Each new scene comes with a directional light. The directional light is emitted from an arbitrarily distant point outside of the scene and casts light infinitely. As a result, modifying the position and scale values will have no effect. What that means is, in this scene, we have a directional light that came with it. You can change the rotation, which will change the mood and the time of day and that kind of thing. But if you move it around, it doesn't matter. You can see the position of it here, but it doesn't matter if it's in the middle of your scene, doesn't matter if it's way outside of the scene. It's going to do the same thing. The rotation, however, does matter. Position does not matter. Scale also doesn't matter. You can make it as big as you want. It's not going to affect things. There are settings on the light that you can adjust, and I'm assuming they're going to go through it on this lesson. Wait a minute. This one. Okay. So let's go through and take a look. That was confusing when I first started using Unity, but directional light can be placed anywhere in the scene at any scale. The only thing that matters with directional light is the rotation and the settings. So, rotate the directional light so the arrows in the gizmo are parallel to the skybox's horizon. You'll get the look of dusk or dawn. Try setting it to something like -2, 66, and 90. I'm -2, 66, and 90. So you can see. It has this kind of a look with it. Notice a dramatic shift in lighting with your scene compared to the directional light's default values. You can also make this thing. Wait a minute. Yeah, we can make ours. I won't because there's a texture applied to it now, so I'll leave the grass as is, even though it looks a bit silly. Too big for this size. In fact, let's just put down blank background. Okay. You can also adjust the color. Oh, the reason this looks different is because the lighting is a little bit different here than it is in the scene that we have. I'm going to make sure real-time global illumination is on. I'm sure we're going to go into lighting more, but this is the main thing that's causing stuff. We have a light box. So now we get more dramatic shading when we change those types of things. As you can see, this affects lots of stuff. So there's lots of adjustments you can make to the lighting. It doesn't look quite like the example right now, but that's just because the default settings have changed in your piece since this tutorial was made. And we will be looking at lighting soon anyway. But that's just a directional light, which you're going to get more familiar with as you use Unity more. So we can save that. This is a recap. We'll come back to lighting in more detail later in the tutorial. Now, there's a quiz you can take if you're doing Unity Learn to make sure that you've understood the lesson. Do we want to do the quiz or do we want to skip the quiz? What do you guys think? What does chat say? Coin toss? 50-50 as always. Okay. You guys are too set on keeping it the same, so we'll just do it as you vote. We'll do one so you guys can see what they're like, and then we'll skip the future ones. Which editor layout option will best suit your needs for pre-visualization? Oh, it's a scene window set to a large, arranged front and center, position next to hierarchy, and windows. Game window in the foreground with the other windows in the background. Console window. What is it going to be, chat? Only the inspector window needs to be visible. Skip. Okay, I'm going to go through quickly. I'm pretty sure it's that one. You want to have a nice big scene window with the other ones around it. What is a good strategy for duplicating buildings in a cityscape? Creating a complex assortment of cubes, game objects in your scene, and copy and pasting them. Grouping cube objects and duplicating is probably closer to what we want to do. Materials for Unity can be used in Unity 4. Adding surface properties to primitive objects. Color reflectivity. Durability and structural integrity is an interesting thought. So I guess it would be that. I mean, it is this indirectly. Can I pick both? How can the directional light's properties be adjusted to simulate sunrise and sunset by using rotate? Yeah, we can't do move. We can't do scale. Changing lighting type makes it not a directional anymore. So that's the answer. Let's see. Did we pass the test? We did! Hooray! This is cool. Awesome. All right. Now, you guys are welcome to take part in the creative challenge from what we've learned so far. Here are some featured submissions that people have done. Let's take a look at the gallery. I'm kind of curious. Oh, wow. These are cool. If you guys want to submit them, it looks like they'll show up here. Oh, I like this one. That one's cool. What else have we got? Oh, whoa, that one's impressive. Someone went all out. Oh, I think that they're using the Cinti assets already. I feel like they're going ahead to make that one, but it did turn out very nice regardless. Someone did something different totally. They used other assets, but these are all examples of things you can do. Cool. Let's go on to, wait a minute. Where are we here? Was there a way I can just be like, done? I don't think so. I'll have to manually go to this one. All right, Unit 3, Environment, Modeling, and Set Dressing. Are you guys ready for this? I think I'm gonna take a short break, grab a snack, and then we'll continue for the next unit. And the unit is putting together a scene. So we're going to be actually using assets now. If you guys are not familiar with using assets, this should be interesting, pretty fun. We've got overview, assembling the set, creating props with ProBuilder, adding basic lighting to a set, exploring emissive materials, and then we go into animation. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I guess the music was not wanting to go the whole time. Okay, so where were we? Oh yes, okay, let's watch this overview. We're doing the and putting in props and level design stuff.
In Unit 3, we'll fast forward to a more visually developed scene in which you'll learn to assemble an environment using more refined art assets provided by your creative team. You'll model a new prop for the set directly inside Unity. You'll add ambiance to your set with lighting and emissive materials.
Cool. Let's see what they got.
In this lesson, you'll begin assembling the city based on a more refined sketch and using the models provided by the creative team based on the previs environment.
Okay, that was short. All right, download the starter project. For the rest of the course, you'll be working with prepared starter files structured to follow the progression of each lesson. Each unit will include resources to help you easily follow along with the materials. Okay, let's get those. Unzip, go to your downloads folder. Unzip to Unit 3 starters files. Unzipping. Copy them from your downloads folder into your projects folder location. From Unity Hub, select add. From Unity Hub in the projects tab, select add. Huh. Interesting. That's unusual. I would have just brought them into the project. Add from disk, add from repository. Add Unit 3 starter files as a new project. Unit 3 starter files. Oh, it's like a whole, I see. Okay, let me move it. I'm gonna take the downloaded version. I'm gonna move it into my experiments folder here where I've started this. I'm gonna call it like Cinti level tutorial. So I'm gonna drop those files into this folder from our downloads, the unzipped folder. Let's take a minute. There are templates you download. Yeah, I didn't realize it's a whole project, so now I see how it is. It's a little easier to understand. So this is in the folder I wanted to be in. Now I can go into the hub. I can click add from project from disk. And if I go into the folder I just made, which is here, I can click on that. And then once you see like assets, library and stuff, add project. That should give me the project I want. I'm gonna do hopefully, you know, we downloaded that one, so maybe it's worth using that one. Let's see our slightly different version than what we have. We'll open with that one. It's close enough. I can't imagine it having many issues. It's just installing, importing, setting up, building, doing all the things. Is it done? I think it's still importing. Switch target. Let's see how this goes. Kind of a weird situation because we're doing different versions. Let's see how this turns out. Okay. Let's do some more importing. By the way, while this is doing its thing, I didn't post a link for it. We have been nominated for a Unity Award. I'm trying to find a link for the page. So the Unity Awards are now open. We as a stream are on listed, and there is some of our friends have assets that are listed. Let's take a look. There's games, there's 3 categories. Games, asset store, and community. You do have to log in for them. But once you do, I think you have to create a new login, which is different from your regular ID. But we are listed here, which is pretty cool. Best live streamer. And I think some of our friends are listed as well here. Community. Trying to find the asset ones. Here they are. Okay, cool. I didn't see these ones yet. So, Publisher of the Year, our friends Nature Manufacture make really cool assets. I know for sure this is a good pick. I'm not familiar with all of these, but I'm gonna take a look. Yeah, you guys have seen Nature Manufacture. If you like them, don't forget to vote for them. Support our friends. I don't know all of these ones either, but they look cool. Actually, I want to check that one out. That one looks really good, especially cool. Crowds in Unity. Best artistic tool. You guys used any of these? Best artistic content. Awesome stuff. What category? So I'm not sure why they didn't put them all together. This is the Unity Award for the assets. This one we go to here, community to vote, I think. Let's see, is this opening by the way? Looks good. Okay, good. I have to log in again. If you go to the community awards, there's best tutorial series, best devlog series. We're best live streamer is the one that we're nominated for. And then there's the other ones here. So that's the link here. And let's see, now that this is open, let's continue with the tutorial. that's how we've added it, we've opened it, assembling the 2D background. Let's begin assembling the environment as we did in Unit 2 by working with the largest compositional elements first, then moving into more detailed foreground elements. In the very back, the skyline is composed of 2D elements, much like a matte painting in an old live action set. The skyline's 2D background resembles a recent live action or animated production. The 2D background also serves as a visual anchor in our scene for the rest of the background elements. The skyline itself is extended into 2 rows. Search for SM Skyline Prefab. I'm going to go to my layout, and you see it can automatically adjust things. Those layouts are really handy. Skyline, I already forgot, what is it? Skyline 1 or 2? 1. Boop. All right, that was easy. Let's add 0, 0, 0 automatically. Good. Assembling the high rises. Let's find building background large 2. Tell it's a prefab with a blue icon. Make sure you don't select the model or mesh in the scene view. Position the first high rise. So we're going to copy and paste a few buildings. Then we're going to do these buildings. Okay, let's start by getting this one. SM BLD build. There it is. Something like that. And then we get, maybe I can find the parent folder. So SM building large background large 1. Like that. Yeah, I like to have a plane down first. I get that they're not doing it for some reason or another, but it helps me figure out where is the lowest I can put something. I'll just have to make do, I guess, for now. Can always adjust it after in that way. Cool. Okay. I think I like them so far. I like to always add different rotations so that they don't look quite as obviously like the same thing. Height variation obviously helps too. All right, not too shabby. Save that. Okay, now we're going to create an empty in the 0th position, and we're going to call it background, and we're going to put all of these into that. So right click, create empty, call it background, select this, shift click to that, so we select them all, and drop it into that. Cool. Assembling the foreground elements. Okay, so now we're going to look for search for sci-fi environment prefab and place in your hierarchy. Sci-fi environment. There it is. Okay, let's bring it forward. I think somehow the materials on this are funny. How did that happen? That's better. But it should look like that. Oh, here it is set up already. So let's see. Sci-fi environment. So here they're applied, but it doesn't seem to let me apply them. I'm gonna make a new prefab. So I can see it in their demo scene. I'm gonna drag it in, create a prefab variant. Into our assets. Now, where is our? Where's the scene we were working on actually? There, unit 3. So now in our prefabs we have this we can bring in. That's better. Okay. All right, now creating props with ProBuilder. We've already had a look at this. In fact, we might just skip it because we've already done a barrel with the other ProBuilder thing. But here's some examples of, you know, you can build a traffic cone and then you can texture it. You can do all kinds of details with it. They're doing quite a complex shape here. I don't think we're not gonna go. We already did that with the barrel, I think. This turned out really nice using ProBuilder. Very cool. Should we do it? I think we should make it. Let's skip it. We can always come back and make a pylon later if we want to. What do you guys use? Which term do you guys use? Pylon or traffic cone? Cone? Was it a regional thing? Okay, let's see the lighting intro.
There are many streetlights, lanterns, and other light props within our scene, but we must add light sources to these props to create the effect that they are actually emitting light. The lights we choose must both be visually coherent and aesthetically pleasing. In this lesson, you'll learn to add light to light sources.
All right. So point lights, let's cover point lights. This is gonna be a little bit different for me because I use usually default or HDRP and the URP lights are slightly different, but overall, this should be relatively the same. So if you guys are new to lights, let's go through. We'll be using spotlights and point lights to light our scene. Spotlights are useful for light sources that cast light on other objects, while point lights are good approximations of self-contained light sources, such as candles or lanterns. We must also account for how our directional light influences the behavior of these supplemental lights. As these additional light sources are essentially competing with the sun, we must either adjust the intensity of our directional light or adjust its rotation along the x-axis so that it's nighttime. Dim the directional light by rotating it along the x-axis. You can decrease the intensity in addition. However, since the scene is lit with ambient light, which is generated from the skybox, this will have less an effect than rotating the directional light. Let's first demonstrate the point light. Wait, are we going to do which of the things we're doing with this? Well, let's start by dimming. Let's start by making it nighttime, and then we'll add lights. So we can rotate this. And so we go and see you're rotating that, but if we rotate it this way, it's now nighttime. Beautiful. We'll do just a little bit of light. Great. Okay. So let's make a point light. Right click, light, point light. Here it is. So we have the range, the color, and the intensity. Range is how far the light emits from the source. It's essentially the size of our light, the color of the light, and the brightness. So I'll show you some of these. Let's start by affecting the intensity because we can't even see it because it's not bright enough. Oh, it's not in the right spot. If you see that it's acting weird, make sure it's actually not behind a wall or something. So here we are. Here's our light. You can see the intensity goes way up, or it can go down to pretty much nothing. Let's give it something like that. The distance is this circle you see here. We can make it affect larger parts of the scene or keep it confined. The bigger it is, that means that if you're standing over here, you still are seeing the light. And if you have many lights all together in one area like this, this is going to be costing you performance. So you want to be actually careful of how many light sources you are receiving at any point in the game. If you make all of them like 50, like I used to do, you will soon see that that is going to give you a performance hit. And you will probably want to make your lights as small as they can be while still lighting the things you want them to light. So like something like, let's get rid of these two. And let's say we have a scene here. If we go too small, it's going to feel weird. You know, if it's like this, that's weird. So we wanted to make it kind of feel natural. So something like that. You can use the intensity adjustments to make it feel like less or more natural. And the color, of course, you can select here. So we can do like, can really change the mood of the environment if you do like a warm light versus like a cool light. Really changes the mood of the place. So, on the left side of the city is a street lined with buildings. One of these buildings has a pink lantern and an orange lantern hanging off its ceiling. Let's find it. Bring our light over because I have a feeling we're going to need that. Left side. You know what? Let's remove that for now and look for it. Do you guys see? Let me see that again. The left side of the city is a street lined with buildings. I wonder if ours is in the same orientation as this one. Side. Is this one here? No. Maybe it's in here. We're looking for orange lantern and pink lantern. If you press the game object and shift and H, you can hide the other stuff. But I don't see it back here. So I'm gonna unhide it. You turn off the light in the scene. So it's lit for now. You know what? We're gonna make our own area. We're gonna light our own area, I decided. And in fact, we're gonna just drop a cube in. And this will be our light box here. This will be our source of our light. It's always a good idea to put in, or you know, it's even better, a cylinder. We could go into ProBuilder and make something more complex. But let's bring in a light, something like this. We'll do a pink one and whatever the other color was, yellow, pink and yellow. There we go. One over the door. One over here. So adjust the color to match each lantern. I'm going to give this a new material. We're jumping ahead a bit, but I'll show you guys. If we want to give this a glowing pink material, we can right click in our project folder, create material. Let's say pink glow. And if we drag that onto our light, we can go over to its settings and emission, we tick, and we select the color here to be pink. And if it's not glowing enough, we need to have our lights on to see it. It's glowing a little bit, but we can make it glow a little more by hitting the plus. So you see how that changes it. We're going to press Control D to make a second one. We're going to rename it Orange Glow. We're going to apply it to the object beside. And let's make it orange. Okay, and now let's make lights beside them to match. So now we can follow along. So create a point light and position it and adjust it to match. Okay, let's do that. So point light, right click, light, point light. This one's close to the orange one, so let's bring it out. And this one's close to the pink one. So turn off one at a time. This one, let's give it an orange glow. Oops, I'm hitting the wrong one. Orange glow here. Let's make it affect this room mainly. We can make the intensity as big or little as we want. And if you want to adjust the size of this, your gizmo, so you can adjust it like this so you see better. Let's make this one pink. And let's bring it in a bit in terms of the range. And again, they're not saying this yet, but we're going to jump ahead. And if you look at where it says shadow type, you can say soft shadows. And we need to, okay, we need to go to our lighting tab, make sure real-time lighting is on, which it is. You know what? I'm gonna leave that. This is URP, so it's a little bit different, but this is where your shadows will be. We're gonna continue following as it is. So here's kind of how you set up basic lights. Let's see the next steps. Okay, so we didn't go to shadows yet for a reason, because URP is a little more complex when it comes to shadows because it's trying to be as performant as possible. All right, so adding spotlights. Now let's demonstrate the spotlights parameters. You will notice that many parameters and behaviors overlap from the point light. On the front-facing side of the street are two street lamps. Create a spotlight and position it inside the street lamp light below. Okay, so let's find the street lamps. You know, I think this might actually be a slightly different scene than what they're using there. But I bet you they have streetlights that we could just add. What's the difference? This one, prefab. Let's bring that one in. And let's rotate it towards the street. We'll do that. Okay, so let's create a light spotlight and let's move it up where the bottom, where the top of the light is there. Right there. Okay, so now you can see it has a spotlight. And the spotlight emits a cone shape. Light in a cone shape. Light is emitted from the peak of the cone and is cast down to the base. There are several parameters we can manipulate in the editor to fine-tune how our spotlight interacts with their surroundings. So the range is how far the light emits from its source. The color is the color of the light. The intensity is the brightness. The inner and outer spot angles is basically the slider determines how focused or diffused the light is. Lower values create a more of a spot on the ground with minimal shadows, while larger values spread across the light spreads out the light and casts shadows on nearby objects. So let's fiddle with that and see the effects. So let's first make it brighter. And see the range goes further down, but we only needed to go so far. The intensity is quite high right now, but that's fine. We can do a wider Something like that all the way out. Let's do something like that for this one. And then the inner one affects kind of how much you can see like that. It's more cartoony, or we make it more diffused. And the outer is just the size of it. Now let's change the color. Do we want it to be more warm or cool toned? We could do warm or cool toned like that. Maybe since it's kind of like sci-fi, let's go with maybe a bluer line. Cool tone? All right, you got it. So, there we go. Now, adjust the spotlight's color and intensity, duplicate it and position the duplicate on the other street lamp. Since we don't have street lamps, we can do something else. This may or may not be how you want to organize your scene, but I'll show you one way to do this. First of all, it's yellow here, so I feel like maybe it should be yellow after all. Okay, changed my mind on that one. So I'm going to take the spotlight here in our hierarchy, and I'm going to drag it onto our street light. So now the street light has it as a child. So I notice here our street light isn't actually angled correctly. Now we can move it around, or Control D to duplicate it, and the light will go with it, which can be handy, especially if you want the lights to be exactly the same. You can make as many as you need. Well, bearing performance in mind. Cool. Now, just kind of going over some details of that. And you guys are welcome to dig in further if you guys are doing this tutorial yourselves. You can rotate the directional light, as we've already done, to create different times of day. Dramatically change the mood of your scene. Directional light is emitted from arbitrarily. Oh, we went over this already, so you guys kind of have an idea of how that works. Gizmos. We looked at gizmos a little bit earlier. In the corner here, if in the modern or like newer releases of Unity, it's actually just a little shape, but it will be in the top right corner, and it will have a drop down, and you can turn on gizmos for different things. So here we have a gizmo for lights. If you have a bunch of lights, which you shouldn't, and you want to not see the thing, or for whatever reason you don't want to see this, you can actually turn off certain things like light. I don't know why it's not turning off, but you can turn stuff off here to help decide what you want to see in your scene. And you can also change the size of things here. I don't know why it's not working right now, but that's generally the idea. Honestly, I don't really change stuff because it can be a little bit annoying if you're trying to find something. But I do often change the size of the icons, because if I'm zoomed out more, it's easier to grab stuff when the icons are big. But if you're zoomed into the scene, this thing like takes up way too much space, so I'll turn it down in that case. Okay. And that is basic lighting. Let's go on to the next thing, which is emissive materials, which we just looked at. Again, I skipped ahead a bit, but we'll quickly skim over this.
In this lesson, you'll learn about emissive materials, and you'll adjust their color property to change the look of the city.
All right. Boop. Changing the window colors. Oh, okay, cool. So let's demonstrate how we can use emissive materials by changing the colors of the windows. Select the large high-rises in the scene and navigate to expand the material component of the inspector. You need 3 things to create emissive materials in your scene. First, you must enable the emission toggle to tell Unity that this material is emissive, which we just did when we... So here's the material. This one here is a complex one with all these different maps on it. The buildings seem to be using just one color somewhere and another color somewhere else for the emission. So we can go over to the emission map here, which looks different. The emission maps are black if they have no emission, and white if they have all the colors emitted. If they have colors like pink or blue, those colors will be the color of the glow. So we have somewhere here the color of the windows glowing. In fact, it's actually set to a color here. By default, it is yellow. You can tell because I set it to white and they're still yellow. But we're going to see what they have to say about that. Oh, and then to toggle on emission is this toggle here. This is the color. This is the map you can choose. They have a map on this one. Or you can do it without a map. If you want the whole material to be glowing, you don't need to worry about an emission map. So it makes it a lot easier, like we did with our little cylinders a minute ago. This texture is grayscale, black and white, image that functions as a mask. White areas of the mask emit light, while black areas of the mask do not. The last is the emissive color property. Currently it's set to yellow, which is why it emits a yellow. Let's change the color. So that's interesting because, oh, you know what? These are nearby buildings. If we look at this one, now this one is black and white, which means if we change the color of it, it will actually change completely, rather than if we tried to change that yellow, it will still be yellowy. If it's a white, black and white map, we can totally control the color. And you can make it lighter and darker, which is interesting. Let's set it to be something like, maybe like a orangey tone, something like that. Okay, and we could hypothetically change this, even though it's yellow by default. We could give it a bit of an orangey tone, which I think might be cool. Yeah. Okay, mark as complete. Maximum skimming. Okay, so we're gonna skip the quiz again. And we're gonna head over to, there's also a creative challenge, which we won't do right now. But if you guys are following along, you're welcome to join in on the creative challenge. There's a learning, create tutorial. Oh, these are some featured submissions. Dress an empty part of the set. Oh, this is cool. Why are the props arranged in this manner? What story is being told with the arrangement of these props? Where is a particular light in reference image coming from? How, as a viewer, does this make me feel? When is the scene taking place? So as you can see, they're bringing up questions that are good questions to ask if you're a level designer. You want to give information by the scene that you are building, not just make it look good. You want it to be informative as well, ideally. So if you guys are following along, you could go ahead and take part in the challenge, and then you can have it submitted to this gallery of different stuff that people have made, which look really cool, actually. Props of my project. Nice. All right, you guys ready to go on to animation? What do we have? Timeline, generic rigs. This is important. I'm going to tweet this as well because some people ask about this. Gets asked a lot, which makes me think a lot of people haven't dug into this, and I think it would be a great thing for people to cover and know where a reference where they can look for information on it. For animation, including timeline, rigs, humanoid stuff, dailies. I'll say cinematography. I'll say Unity animation. Cinemachine, etc. That way, if anyone was wanting to learn this stuff, they know we're looking at it now. Okay, cool. Well, let's go. All right, animation. In this unit, you'll learn the basics of creating animation in Unity using timeline, from animating props to animating generic and humanoid characters. Then we will show you how to create dailies by recording your work. Oh, this was the thing I was talking about. Oh, can I edit my tweet? Is it too late? Dailies. I thought they meant like cinematography stuff. In that case. I'm going to say exporting to MP4 might be a little bit more understandable. So you could do dailies in your game by recording your progress to an MP4. By the end of this unit, you will have created an animatic, which is a rough representation of a finished scene. Think of the animatic as a pre-animation in which we're creating the first pass of a more complex animated sequence from its bare essentials. And in professional production, this animation would then be refined in iterations until it's highly polished. Okay. Cool. This looks like a good unit. Let's take a look.
In this unit, you'll learn all the basics of creating animation in Unity using Timeline, from animating props to animating generic and humanoid characters. Then we'll show you how to create dailies by recording your work in progress to an MP4.
Awesome. Okay.
Timeline is a powerful tool that allows creators to make sequenced animations in Unity. In this lesson, you will learn to create a master timeline, configure your windows for animation, animate objects within Unity, and organize your animation tracks.
Okay, cool. It's a handy thing to know. I'm still not that familiar with timeline, so this should be a good thing for all of us. Unless you guys are masters of animation in Unity, in which case, go grab yourself a coffee till the next unit. To start, we need to create a master timeline that will contain and control all of our animations in the scene. The timeline can be thought of as a sequence of various animation clips and triggers in your scene, all of which can be edited together to orchestrate a story. So we're going to download these files, unzip the folder, and move into thing. Okay, so this is its own project, it seems. Let me double check that. Extract to this. Unit 4. Yes, okay, so we're going to open a new project. Save this, close that, open Unity Hub. I'm going to copy this Unit 4 over to my experiments folder, which is somewhere. Here should work. Unit 4 starter files. So add project from disk, storytelling. We did Cinti. Unit 4, add project, and we're going to open it with our closest version and give that a minute to start up. Close out some things I don't need now. Okay, once the project's open, create an empty game object and name it master timeline. Okay. And you know what? I'm going to make a tea while this opens. I'll be right back. Okay, I just bashed my finger against my fridge. Damn it. Ow. I almost dropped. I have like I made honey, lemon, and ginger concentrate, and I had a potion bottle of it, and I almost dropped it because I hurt my finger. Did the fridge survive? No, but that's besides the point. The fridge was completely demolished. Don't do that? Okay, I'll try not to. In this world, I built more than 100,000 houses per year, but they say I'm not a hard worker. in your digital world? Ooh, that's still lemony. Not enough honey. Ooh. All right, did the project open? Yes. Let's see. Okay, create an empty game object, call it master timeline. Oh, it hurts to type. I think I might, this might be the enemy chat. Take my projects and finish them. As a community. Okay. Okay, I'll be alright. I'll be alright, chat, don't worry. It's fine. I know you're all very worried about me. Too much lemon will make your face suck in words. Is it yummy at least? Not even, it's sour. But it will help, it'll help my throat. Soothe my throat as I talk and read all day. It is very soothing, I'll give it that. Okay. To open the timeline. Okay, so Windows sequencing timeline if it's not already open. Mine's already here. And then in the timeline, we're gonna click create. Save your timeline as master timeline. And your timeline. When you click other game objects, timeline doesn't vanish. Okay, so create, and we're gonna save it in the project asset folder. That's fine. And you can lock it here, which is something I only realized you can do later on. And it's handy to do that, trust me. Good tip. Okay. Configuring your windows. At this point, you should configure your windows to make it easier to work with in the timeline. We've already gone over layouts. Assuming that's what they're talking about. Yeah, so again, you can customize your layouts. You guys are welcome to read more about this. It's something that if you're new to Unity, you might not know exactly what you want to do yet. But as you get more familiar with certain things that you're using a lot, you might want to adjust it. One thing that they're just suggesting is to give the viewport here a 16:9 ratio so that it ends up being like a movie size, and we are working in the size it's going to end up being. So if you click on your game tab, you can go here to your free aspect and click 6:9. So now you see that there's bars on the side. It doesn't matter how big this window is. It's always going to be 6:9, 16:9. So it's going to be a nice proportion for a video. So that was a good tip here too, actually. You can see what the camera sees. Okay. Save the layout. So you can save your layouts and load them in as we've looked at earlier. Animating the first car. There are surprisingly few cars in this city. Wait a minute. I think we need to navigate to the scene. Okay, or is it Unit 4 Creative Challenge? No, Unit 4. Okay. So, in the hierarchy, select... Oh, let's fix that by creating a short animation in which a taxi drives through an intersection. For this part, let's say we want the animation to be 15 seconds. Unity by default will try to render the scene at 60 frames per second, meaning the animation's total duration will be 900 frames. In the hierarchy, select car 1, game object. There it is. We can go to our scene, press F, and it will focus on this taxi. Slowly drag and drop the game object into the left portion of the timeline window, then select Add Animation Track. Okay, so we drag that over here. Wait a minute. Okay. Add Animation Track. Did I already do it twice? What's this one? Did I already do it? I'm confused now. I'm gonna do one only. Animation track. Okay. Hey, Algebra. Okay. Animation tracks allow us to record an animation for the object assigned to it. You will now see the animation track in the master timeline with the car one assigned to it. In Unity, an animator is connected to the objects being animated. I don't know if we do see that. We have something a little bit different for in our scene here. There is an animator on it, but no controller. Is there something other way I could have done this? I don't think so. Let's keep going and see. In the scene view, position the car so that on the far right side of the road, just before this sinkhole sign. Okay. Okay. That's pretty much where it is. Now we're ready to record animation of our car driving down the street. Press the record button on the car 1 track to enter recording mode. I wonder, maybe this needs to have a controller. I'm gonna make one. Create animation controller. I'll say car 1. And if I put that on here, and then drag it over. No, it looks the same. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure why it's a little bit different here. Wait a minute. I just realized something. I created the animation. I created the director and the other one, didn't I? Let's call this director or time. What do they call it? Master timeline? Master timeline. Yeah, I did it in the other scene. I forgot that we had to do it again in the scene. So, master timeline. Create. I'm gonna write over that one. Let's lock that one. Then I can add this in. And that looks a lot more like what they've got here. Yeah, okay. Now we can hit record. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the next step is. Okay. Record. With the playhead at 0, select car 1 in the hierarchy. In the inspector, navigate to the car's transform, right-click over the position parameter and select add key. This will create your first keyframe. Okay, so. Okay. Something like that. Let me read it again. In the inspector, navigate the car's transform component. right click over the position parameter, click add key. Ah, okay, cool. I'm assuming we move it forward. Now with the white playhead to frame 144. I'll move it in after, but whatever time we have. Select car 1 in the scene and drag the blue gizmo forward so the car reaches the intersection on the left side of the game view before the pink and orange lanterns. Oh, there's the pink and orange lanterns. So there. The second keyframe will automatically be created. Click the button again to stop animating. Click the button. So they said 114. I can't adjust it, huh? Move the timeline to 0 and press play. Let's see. No, I didn't. I must have missed something here. Okay, I forgot to add a key at the beginning, so I'll start it there. In fact, I'll go further back. Yay! There it is. Okay. Good. Notice that there are different ways to create keyframes while the timeline is in record mode. You can do this in the transform properties or by moving the game object in the scene view. Also notice how parameters in the inspector are highlighted in red when it is in record mode. This indicates that changes to these parameters will create a key on the timeline. Now you can play your animation by pressing the play button in the timeline. If you're familiar with creating games in Unity, this is different from pressing play in the game view. Changes can be saved while a timeline is playing outside of game view, which will be essential to knowing when and how to modify timeline to correct changes. Notice how the car steadily accelerates when it starts moving and decelerates before it comes to a stop. The effect can be more pronounced when the keys are spread out over the frames, like 600 frames as opposed to 120. This is due to smooth animation curve. The smooth animation curve that Unity has automatically applied to our animation. Let's take a look. Click on the animation curve beside the record buttons. We'll see this in a second. Curves display the rate of interpolation and transition. They help visualize the motion of objects over time. The curve exists on an XY plane along the XY. The x-axis is time in frames. The y-axis is distance traveled in Unity units. For instance, this curve shows that between 0 and 114, the value of position y, the blue curve, is representing the z-axis, increasing slowly before moving to a steady rate. This is shown visually by the bend in the curve that transitions to a straight line before the values reach the final keyframe. So just to demonstrate it, we're going to make it go faster, start and stop faster. So here's our smooth curve that it describes, right? Specifically along the Z position. We're gonna make it stop and start. Oh, I don't know how to do that actually. Like that, and like that, maybe. I think that's the opposite of what we want. Like it's faster, so we don't want that. We want it to be more like this and like this, which it was. I don't know if there's ways to make this, bring this in or out, but that's the curve we want. Animating the second car. Collapse the animation track for car 1 by clicking the animation curves button. Then select car 2, drag it in to add another animation track. In this scene view, position the car so that it's at the far end of the intersection behind the building with the rounded facade. We're gonna do the same thing, but we're going to make it happen over a longer period of time. Let's start by giving it a animation. Also, I don't know if I can change this. Is there a way I could have to go in edit mode? I don't know how to adjust that. Oh, here. Okay. Oh, you know what happened? This was not. I had two of them by mistake. Now it should work. Okay, good. And then we add in card 2, animation track. This one's over there, so let me see what it's suggesting that we do. We just put it on record mode. The playhead at 170. We select it in the hierarchy. Right click and go add key. Then at 330, drag on the blue axis to move the car forward until passes the blue Sincola sign. It's like, do I make it go around the corner? Let's see what theirs looks like. So this car is over here. Do I make it like go around? What were the frames it suggested? 170 to 330. So add key, and then at 130 we add another key, but that key is going to be here, I guess. I'm understanding the technical side, but I'm not understanding the direction, the vision that they have for this. I'd like to see it though. An example. Did they show it? Oh, hey Ratlord, how's it going? What? Who changed my name to that? To what? Division is the opposite of multiplication. My work here is done. Do you not see the 7 TV emotes in chat? Not at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, yeah. Somebody... Yeah, no, you know what? I have heard this. But I don't see it, actually. I don't know who did it or what it is. Trying to stay focused with work. I hope your day's going good. Nice to see you. We are currently doing a Unity Learn stream where we are following cinematics and animation, which is something like I've done this stuff before, but I don't really feel that comfortable with it. So I feel like this is actually a good lesson to get familiar with. The only thing is I'm not sure how they want me to move these cars. Do we move this car here and let that guy go around? Having them both stop at the intersection seems weird like this. I don't think that's what they want. They said to move it over to this, so I'm assuming we stop here. You know what? Let's not worry too much about it. Let's just do each thing and get the ideas of how the technical side of it's supposed to work. You're shown how to animate the two game objects moving in the environment. Sets are composed of both static and dynamic objects. However, now we're going to show you how to animate the movement of a stationary object, one that is not translated in space. Notice the two security cameras in the game view. In this lesson, we'll have each security camera track left and right on a loop, while the base of the camera remains attached to the wall. When to play head at frame 0, select the security camera in the hierarchy, drag it on the timeline, add an animation track, and press record. And then we're going to set the orientation on the y-axis to 40 for the first keyframe. And at 142, we set it to -36. 40 to -36. All right, let's go. So, I see you, security camera. Already stuck. Which ones? Security cam 1. Okay, this one here is one we're gonna mess with. Okay, interesting. It's telling me to put the parent game object here, add an animation, but I only want to animate the child of it. Let's see how that goes. So at 0, we do y at axis to 40. So record. This one, y axis to 40. And at 142. I'm being a little bit messy here, but I think that's okay. We're gonna go to -36. Okay. 290, we're gonna put it back to 40. And stop recording. Okay. Wait, was this even moving? I wasn't even paying attention. Yes, it is moving. Okay, you know what? Oh, maybe that's why. We don't need to make the cars do anything fancy because we're just seeing this angle. In that case, how do I skip to the next keyframe? I guess I have to just select it. Meep. Okay, cool. All right. Wait a minute. They said something about looping. Clip tracks. I wonder if I can loop this. I guess not. Okay. Clip tracks. Converting to clip track. Unlike our cars, we want the security camera's animation to loop throughout the duration of our timeline. We could manually add keyframes to extend the animation, but not only would this be inefficient, it would also require more work if we wanted to change the duration of our animation in the timeline. The clip track can save any recorded animation into a clip that can be repositioned or looped indefinitely. With the security camera track selected in the timeline, click the context button, displayed as 3 vertical dots, the upper right corner, and click convert to clip track. Let's see. That. Convert to clip track. Okay, let's see if it keeps going if I play. Oh wait, no, I want to play from the timeline here. It's not enough not enough for me to see. Now the clip track was created in keyframes before. Now select the clip that was created in security camera track. In the top of the inspector, rename the clip from recorded to security camera loop. Recorded? Oh. Here. Navigate to the Animate Exploration tab and set the Post Extrapolate Parameter to Loop. Oh, okay. Loop. Navigate the remaining animation. Every animation clip in Unity is a pre-extrapolate and post-extrapolate property. This means you can tell Unity what you want to happen before or after the clip is played. You can see the default value for the post-extrapolate setting is hold, which means that the clip is done, Unity will hold the pose from the clip's last frame forever. Clip tracks allow the flexibility of Unity's timeline and function like media clips and traditional NLEs. Animations saved as a clip track can be looped, scaled, extended, truncated, and duplicated for further refinement and better integrated pre-recorded animation to your scenes. Super handy, including for games, not just animations. Can we see it running? What if I did that? Now let's see. Yay! It's a little bit fast, but it's doing what we needed to do. Hey Joe, how's it going? Forgot to say hey, but we're lurking all day. Glad to see tutorials going well. It's going pretty good. What are you working on today? Arduino tutorials and soldering. Cool. That sounds fun. Yeah, carrot cake is good. Carrot cake is good stuff. What's everyone's favorite type of cake, in fact? Favorite type of cake? Carrot cake might be one of my favorites. Cheesecake, good answer. Cheese. Just literal cheese. A literal cheesecake. That would actually be great. Pineapple cake. Oh, fancy. Too many to like. Organizing your animation tracks into track groups. It's important to stay organized as last when we were doing the last animation, we had a long timeline. Let's learn this. Okay, track group. What are we gonna call it? Prop group. Okay. Click through tracks, and drag them into the thing. Makes sense. Cool. Okay, that's way more organized. This is great. This is really great. Now we're going on to... Oh, we're going to go to Cinemachine later. We're going on to generic rigs and animation clips. What's your favorite kind of cake? The answer is yes. Tiramisu with Kahlua. Good answer. Pistachio. Another good answer. Huh. Good answers all around. Ooh. It's lemony. In this lesson, you'll learn how to configure a generic character, in this case, a stray cat. You'll learn to configure the, you know what, we can just watch the video and it will tell us everything we need to know.
In this lesson, you'll learn how to configure a generic character, in this case, a stray cat. You'll learn to configure the cat's animation clips and add them to the timeline. Finally, you'll learn to loop and blend animation tracks.
Okay, good. Was mine? Probably carrot cake, actually. But I don't know, that's a tough one. Cheesecake's pretty good too. Pistachio sounds good, tiramisu is good. You guys all gave good answers. It's too hard to pick one. All right, now we get to animate a cat. How fun is this going to be? And our scene is a stray cat. Let's configure our cat so we can animate it. First, we need to configure its rig to tell Unity what we want to use. Under the Assets folder, navigate to Assets, Unity 3 Assets, Models, Cat Rig, Game Object. This is a rigged model that has been imported into Unity as an FBX file. If a game object has a blue package icon next to its name, that indicates it's an imported FBX, or model package as it's been referred to moving forward. Okay, let's get Cat Rig Game Object. Cat. I already lost track of the Unity 3 Assets, Models. Unity 3 Assets, Models, Cat. There it is. It's very cute. In the Inspector tab, select the Rig tab. Oh yeah, I shouldn't bring it in yet. We're gonna change the rig. So set the type to generic. Ensure the avatar definition is set to create from model. This will tell Unity to look at our cat rig for rigging information. And then hit apply, drag it into the scene, and let's take it from there. So it is already generic. I'm gonna set apply. I'm gonna go back to generic, create from this model, apply. Hopefully root node. Let's keep it as is for now. If we need to set one, we can. Okay, we dragged into the scene. Very cute. 10 out of 10. Create a prefab from our cats. Okay, now we go to create folder and call it prefabs. Folder, prefabs. Drag the cat into the prefabs folder. Do we want to create a click original prefab? So take this, drag it in. Original prefab. All right. You will see the blue icon in the scene hierarchy change to indicate our cat is now a prefab. That's this color here. All right. Prepare the animation clips. Now that the cat rig is configured in the scene prefab, we can configure animation clips that we want to use for the cat. As with other models, with models, animations are important to Unity as separate model packages. So animations and cat, we're going to select cat walk cycle. Wait a minute. Animations, cat, folder. Okay, select the cat walk cycle. In the inspector, select the rig, select it to generic and create for model. Okay, which one was it? Walk cycle. So that's all good to go. Apply it. It's already like that. That's all set. So add our cat rig to timeline and apply the animation. So we're going to navigate to the cat rig in the scene hierarchy. Drag and drop the cat rig into an empty area in the left panel of the timeline window. Okay. Cat rig here. Something doesn't seem right here. That's all right. What did it say? Drag and drop cat rig into empty area on the left. Ah. Okay. Animations cat. Animations cat. Here's the walk cycle. Drag the walk cycle animation clip onto the track at frame 0. No. Here? No. Doesn't have a controller, and I have a feeling that is part of the reason I can't drag it on. Oh, I see. I needed to select the animation itself. Did it say that? Animation clip. Yeah, so you have to select the clip here, not this parent object. Okay. You notice that our cat is animating in the scene, but it's not moving in place. Oh, but it is moving in place. Let's take a look. Okay. Right click on the animation track for our cat rig and choose Add Override Track. This will add a child track to our cat's rig animation called. This is something useful. I was doing it a roundabout way, and this will make it a lot better now. Just grab the timeline play head to frame 0. We now start our keyframing a cat's movement in the world. Click the record button on the override track to start recording the cat's movement. Okay, let's make it rotate here. Okay, so here, record. Okay, so similarly, want to go under the Unity Corp sign at around frame 180. Okay, let's try it. Frame 180. We set cat to be under the sign, though I wonder if over here it should be like that. Let's try that. Whoop. Okay. Now, there's a few ways. I'm just checking if I skipped it here. We could have the animation repeating. Oh, here, loop. You know what, let's follow along, and then if we need to fix anything, we can go in and fix it. So, cat is now moving forward while animating instead of animating in place. However, there's a noticeable issue we must address before we proceed to animate the other characters. Loop and blend animation clips. If you scrub the timeline now, you'll see the cat move forward while playing the animation, but the animation stops halfway through the end of the walk cycle. Okay. There are two ways to solve this, right? One method is to simply drag the animation clip to make it longer. Unity will automatically loop the animation for the duration of the clip. So if the animation is 59 frames, the frame will loop every second. So if we drag this, let's see that in action. Right, so that's one way to do it. Another method is to modify the clip's pre and post extrapolate settings like we did in the last one. So I guess we're going to do that again. Let me go undo, select that, loop. And let's see, do I need to do anything else after that? No. Yes. Okay, so that's what we did there. Scrub the timeline again, you'll see the cat will continue looping the walk cycle even after the clip is done. Unity will continue to loop in the same animation clip for the length of the timeline sequence unless you play another clip afterwards. Okay, so we have the cat. It's walking. Lastly, we want the cat to sit at the end of the walk cycle. To do this, navigate to the animations folder, cat sit, and make sure it's those settings. And we're going to find the clip for it with the play button and drag that onto the animation track in the timeline. Be sure to place it after the walk cycle clip before the override track ends. Let's do that. So cat sit has the right stuff. The play button here. Something like that. Looks like it's dragging its butt. Let's do that. Close. Also, let me make this. It's like a sliding as it walks, so I kind of want to change it to start a little later, maybe like that. It's still sliding. I'm gonna stop and make it even more forward. Wait a minute. Is that right? Close enough. That's better. Okay, so now we're gonna have to transition from the walk to the sit. Okay, so we can actually drag this out to there. And create a blend. Okay, so if we drag this over, let's see. Oops. I want to see it here. Cool. Very good. All right, so extend it so it reaches that into animations, crouch destination. Okay, notice how the cat gradually transitions to a crouching pose once it approaches its destination. Please note, as you're animating characters, if you experience a scenario where a character snaps or jumps to the center origin position when an animation clip is added, first select the character's track on the left column timeline window. Change the track offsets drop down to apply scene offsets. Okay, well, keep in mind, apply scene offsets, or at least to come back to this if we have some jumping around. All right, awesome. Next, humanoids. Lena, I had a dream where we're all going to be in VR game together. That sounds fun. Hey, I don't remember if I asked you on an earlier stream about fashion if you like high heels or not a fan of them. I like heels, actually. If I have an excuse to wear them, I like wearing them. Hey, what's the best way to learn Unity, assuming I have a senior level in C#? Is official documentation good enough to learn? Hey, Logic Pants. If you have a senior level in C#, then you will definitely have an easier time with the coding. We're using Unity Learn today, and honestly, this is what I use. This is what I always recommend to people, because it's really, how do I put this? It covers all the things you need to know at one chunk at a time. I learned Unity from its website, and I think that it's a great way to like get started, get a foundation, and as you start building things and you do more of these Unity Learn lessons, you can always learn things. You can do external things like YouTube videos, Udemy courses, whatever it might be. But I do recommend, for most software, if they offer a tutorial on their website, it's usually good to follow the software's tutorial and the software's documentation, because it's like right at the source, right? Whoever made Unity, the same company made these tutorials, so they know what they want you to learn. It's like onboarding. If you are already a programmer, it's a tough call. I mean, you could follow the junior programmer pathway and then just skim through stuff you already know. or you could go through the Unity Essentials, which will teach you like more about the editor itself. Honestly, this tutorial that we're doing today is not a bad way to learn because it's covering things like, it doesn't cover coding, but you already know that. So this would be a good introduction to the actual engine in terms of like building a scene, lighting, animation, characters, importing assets. Who did make Unity? A Danish person, Arga. I don't know if you know that. It was... It is harder to find than I thought. Scott Forstall. Wait a minute. No, it was shown by him. I'm pretty sure it was a Danish team who originally made it. You know what? Don't ask me. This is not what we're talking about right now. Jesus for the Dane. We made everything. It's been a very special episode of This is Game Dev. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you think so. 3 Danish friends. Okay. Sounds like the start of a bad joke. I just started my Unity journey a couple of days ago. Let's go. Awesome. Glad to hear it, guys. Hope this is helpful. If you guys have, do you guys have any questions right now so far about what we're covering or anything in general? I'm happy to answer what I can. You know what? Let me find the information. You guys, someone did ask, who made Unity? Let's find out. David Helgeson, that's it. I don't know how to say these names. There is 3 people. 2004 by David Helgeson, Joachim Ents, Nicholas Francis. There you go. Bob Unity. He's Dutch. One question about game dev. Why? That's a loaded question. Sick of cloud backend development already and want to start Unity. Awesome. Now's a great day to dig in. Great day to dig in. We're here doing learning with Unity and oh, there's the link again. And answering any questions you guys have. Okay, so this is a very important lesson. Humanoid rigs and animation clips. If you guys are making a game, you will, in 3D, you will probably need this. So let's watch the overview and we'll do it together. It's also very complicated, but it's in Unity it is simple. You just need to know a few basic things, and once you know what you're doing, it becomes much simpler. If you have questions about this, please ask. It took me a lot of trial and error before I understood it. Now that I understand it, it's much more straightforward. Hopefully you guys won't have too much of a tricky time here.
We've got cars, a security camera, and a stray cat moving in our scene. Now it's time to add some pedestrians walking along the sidewalks. In this lesson, we'll take an in-depth exploration into the humanoid rig to add and animate 2 characters in our scene.
Cool. Prepare the humanoid assets, the 2 characters. All right. There are many lively characters for us to animate in the scene, and in this step, we'll demonstrate how to set up tourist and citizen characters, but the provided rigs can be shared across humanoid characters as you can follow along with any of the characters that catch your eye. The character for this lesson can be found under Assets, Cinti 3D Models. Okay, let's pick out our models we're going to use for this. There, models. You know what? Let me save. And let me convert any assets to be HDRP because I'm seeing some pink materials. Window. No. Lighting and rendering? What's it under? This was all, you know what, maybe this is default. Let me take a look here. Okay, so this is actually default pipeline, and I think this is URP. We have these guys. Oh, it just hasn't rendered in here yet. Okay, never mind. Ooh, we have a little alien guy. He's cute. We have that girl here. She's cute too. Ooh, a robot. Quite evil looking. I kind of like it. Ooh, a big mech. Tourist guy. Not sure what that is. Let's put in... Tough call. You know what? Let's put in our the same people that they use. I kind of like them. Okay. So we drag them in. Select one of them in project window in the inspector. Navigate to the rig tab. Okay, so if we want to put in this girl, she has to be under humanoid and create from model. You can configure this here. If you press configure, you can make sure that the rig of the character is lined up correctly. Here we have the head, body, right hands, left hands. Oh, for some reason, we're missing fingers. Let's put them in. Oh, I see why. In that case, we still have some missing things. Thumb. So we have thumb 1, thumb 2, thumb 3. Those are correct. Sometimes it just gives an error like this, but it's actually fine. It's like, is this right? But it seems to be fine, especially if you're missing parts of it the way this one is. But what you want to do is make sure you have the humanoid thing selected, and then you have it. We have standard skin weights for bones. You can configure it here if you need to. Once that's all good to go, you can press apply, and it will affect it. Then you can drag it in. So we do that for the two characters. And we're going to create prefabs from them, which we've already done a few times in this tutorial. So we just take it. I'm going to also make sure that they're zeroed out, which they are. And we drag it into our prefabs folder. There we go. Now prepare the first character's animation clips. Okay. So go to animations folder, humanoid walk cycle. Make sure that that's set to humanoid. Create from model. So where was that? Animations, humanoid walk cycle. Humanoid walk cycle, humanoid make from model. That's all set up. So add the first character to the timeline in the animation and give it the humanoid walk cycle. So we'll give this one animation. We'll give it the animation clip here. We'll do what we did before where it loops, and we can drag it out to the end of the thing. And I'm assuming we're going to go ahead and do the same thing with the off. Yeah, drag in this clip, timeline place 0, inspector track offsets, apply scene offset. Okay, let's move her over to here, and we'll have her walk this way, which I think they've already shown us. Have her walk like that. Add override track here. So at the 0th frame. Something weird happened there. Or it already happened. You know what? Something feels off here. We've got that. We add animation track. Like we can't record right now, so it feels like something's up. What are we missing here? Is it that this? Doing something. Oh, weird. Okay. Okay. Okay, so she's gonna walk along there. let's add the override track. And here we'll say character, position, add key. Oh, I don't think that's what I wanted. Oh, okay. Hang on, you know what? Let me double check this. Track offsets and select apply scene offsets. Track, okay. Human wax animation. Character jumps back to coordinate 0, 0 to get the character back to location it was originally in. Select the character's track animation, timeline, track offsets. Oh, okay. I guess we need to make sure that the character is moved to the right position first. Let's remove her from here. And now let's add that in. And we add the walk cycle in. And that's where it moved her back. And then now, to move her back where she was, inspector, somewhere in here, track offsets. Track offsets. Do you guys see it? Offset matches field, use default. Remove start offset. Is that it? Track offsets, and we switch it to apply offsets, auto. I think we wanted to apply transform offsets. Apply scene offsets. Yes, there it is. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Cool. What if we keep her walking all the way? Okay, I actually haven't done this before, and that's cool. Oh, it's where she changed. Oh, a bit of a jump. That's okay. That was actually in the preview, so that's something we can iron out later. You notice that unlike the cat we placed earlier, our first character walks in a straight line. This is because the animation clip includes root motion, which means the motion and direction of the animation is baked into the clip. While this can be helpful in circumstances where characters are always fixed in a certain place, we sometimes want to course correct a character so we can have more control over where the character will go when root motion is included. In this lesson, we want the character to walk down the street. To do this, we create an override track to set the character at the correct starting position. We've already done the override before, so that's relatively straightforward. With the override track, we want to redefine where the character walks, like the character in the scene hierarchy, and position him to the right of the sidewalk by the sinkhole sign. Okay, so he doesn't have any of that applied yet. Let's add that in. So, boop. And boop. And we want... And there it is. Okay, so now I'm assuming if we create the offset, add, what was it again? Add override track and scrub to 0, hit the record. Boop. Hit record. And then, so we started this cola sign. Add keyframe. And then at 480, translate the character forward. So he arrives at the intersection on the left side of the road. Okay. What number? 480. He's gonna get hit by a car. Select humanoid walk cycle animation loop. So we already did that. Okay, let's see how this goes. So he's walking faster than I wanted him to, but I guess we're getting the point. It's not about it's not about making it correct visually, it's about understanding how this works. How's chat doing? They're coming back.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The return of the sausages.
Sausages. There's a big change from the way you've been animating in Strain. No, it's just a little bit more, how do I put it? Like I've been, instead of doing the offset track or the override track here, I'll like put it in a parent and I'll make the parent animate. So I found like roundabout ways to do it. Still using the timeline and all this stuff, but this is just a little bit cleaner. So it's good to know these things. Add the second character to our animation timeline and apply a walk cycle. Okay, we've already done that. Apply the animation. We did all of these things. And okay, they're getting her to rotate through the thing. I'm assuming with the override track. Okay. Yeah. This is the next thing I wanted to try. So let's do it. So let's have her have an override track. And at the beginning, we'll have her positioned over here. And we say, oh, whoops. Okay, add override track, record it. And now if she starts over here, can do like that. I'm assuming. And then like that. See how that goes. Not quite. Oh, she doesn't turn around enough. Maybe we get her to rotate. It's almost like I need two actually. Like maybe I put one here. Then even that could be more like that. Oops. What happened? Oops. What I need is, what are those? There we go. Even if they do walk over top of each other. That's, I think, what we're trying to do here. All right. Organizing the timeline and conclusion. So we can put the characters group together by going like this. Track group, call it characters. Put them in there. Nice, nice and organized. Cool. All right. So creating dailies. This is what I was mentioning the other day about exporting. This is different though, I think. Let's see.
Now that we've created animations, we'll want to be able to share them. In this lesson, we'll show you how to create quick dailies in MP4 format. Dailies is a term from the film industry that indicates quick recordings that can be viewed right away by a creative team.
Okay. Installing the package recorder, window packages, advanced show preview packages, Unity recorder. Okay, so this might be a bit different with the new package manager since this tutorial was made. What am I looking for again? Recorder. Let's stick to this one. I don't think we need any of these sample projects. Okay, so once that's in, we're going to go to plus, Unity recorder timeline, recorder track. Okay. With this will create the recorder track for your timeline sequence. We recommend that you position this to the top of your timeline so it's easy to disable when you are not trying to do dailies. The recorder track at the top left of your master timeline hierarchy by clicking and holding left side of the track and dragging into position. Easy enough. Once you've added the recorder track, you must select it by right-clicking and selecting Add Recorder Clip, which will add a clip to the timeline. Okay. Recorder clip behaves like most other clips in the timeline. You can move and adjust the length as desired. It may not be necessary to output the timeline sequence in its entirety. You can configure the recorder track so it outputs only a designated section. Select the recorder, customize the rendered output. Okay, let's get it all the way for this one because we may as well, or at least around there. Here's the info. Camera game view, match window size. So let's do it like 1080. Let's do 720. It doesn't need to be that big. 6. Include audio, file format. Very cool. And this will go into, let's just put it into, I'll just put it on my desktop for now. Okay. Oh, the frame rate you can adjust as well. Options gear, the right of the timeline window to select frame rate. 60. We'll keep it to 24 frames per second, it says. All right. And specify a file name for your rendered movie, we've already gone through all this stuff. We've set our settings. Select play at the top when the play mode begins in the window. The recorder renders an exported thing. Okay, let's try that. It's a little bit different than the one I did for the goodies animation the other day, but I'm curious to see this one in action. Maybe I missed something here. Yeah, something didn't quite work out. What happened? My timeline isn't playing anymore. What happened? Let me try moving this. Weird. Okay, let's add it again. So we did that. Recorder track. Bring it to the top. Add. Recorder clip. Bring it out to there. We're gonna do 720p. Game view. Movie. We'll do medium quality. Let's do high quality. And let's try again. There we go. Our character who's walking is kind of doing some weird stuff, but you know what? That's okay. Let's take a look. It's just loading my desktop. Hang on, I gotta stop. I guess I gotta stop outputting everything to my desktop if I want it to load ever. And there we have it. It's a video now. Pretty cool. Hello, do you have any tips for character designing? Should I start with the body or the head? Is there a software I can use to draw my character to use it as a reference? Characters are definitely a whole, there's a lot to learn about characters. Let's put it that way. I mean, you can go about it the way you want to go about it. I'd recommend doing something where you get a good sense of proportion of the character, head and body and everything, and then going into detail a bit at a time if possible. There's so many different ways to approach characters, but it depends on the style you're doing and the approach you want to do. There's a lot of different ways to go about it. But yeah, I'd recommend, I think if I was going to recommend anything, I'd say start with an overall shape of the character, get the proportions correct, and then start detailing is probably the best bet. There's a lot of different software that you can use to do it. Blender, Maya, there's lots of character creation software like Character Creator. There's MetaHumans, I haven't used that. There's like an anime character maker. There's also, what's the other one? Daz. I want to say Daz or something like that. There's a bunch of character creation programs if you're making it with a software. Really depends what kind of character you want to make and how you want to go about it. Okay, cool. So we figured out how to make human. That's another one. Use the thing. We're going to skip the quizzes as suggested by or requested by chat. Now we're going to look at cinematography. This is another important thing. Cinemachine. Highly recommend learning Cinemachine. It's a bit of a weird thing to wrap your head around, but very useful. And not so bad once you get the idea of it.
In this unit, you'll learn how to film animation by composing shots with Cinemachine, Unity's go-to cinematics authoring tool. You'll then explore how to sequence, edit, and blend shots in timeline and animate cameras. By the end of this unit, you'll be able to compose and capture multi-camera shots in Unity.
Cute animation there. Cool. Okay. Lesson overview. Sure. All right. Framing by direct manipulation. At Cinemachine's heart is the main camera. Before we delve into creating virtual cameras with Cinemachine, we must familiarize ourselves with how to operate the camera and reproduce the framing of shots drawn in storyboards. For this lesson, we will focus specifically on framing and movement. Before we dig in, we're going to want this file here. Let me unzip it. And let me put it in the same place as the other files. I'm assuming it's going to be a full project like these ones were. There's the exported files. Let's open it up. Yes, it is its own package, so let's save that and make a new one. That's the one. We're going to give it that one. Your headspace is going crazy. I think this is going to probably be the last section we do because I want to make sure we cover this one because Cinemachine is important, and I hope that you guys, if you're watching, get a bit of an idea of why it's important and how it's used, so you can at least justify whether or not it's worth your time to do it, to learn it, because it was definitely worth it for me. And I put it off for a long time thinking it wasn't worth it, but I really like it. Okay, so while that's opening, let's read through it. Change this. Okay, so the main camera is responsible for everything you see inside the game view and for what each of our virtual cameras will see. Naturally, while we see our camera through the game view, we operate it in the scene view. For those coming in from a live action background, imagine the scene view as containing our camera and set, while the game view is a live monitor showing the camera's viewfinder or live stream. There are 4 primary ways of framing a shot using main camera. Using the transform gizmo in the scene view, manually inputting values in the camera's transform component in the inspector, adjusting the scene view in fly-through mode, focusing on an object and setting the camera to look at what you see. And then indirect manipulation is to explore these methods, let's frame the dog using both direct and indirect. Oh, so the direct is through the gizmo and the inspector values, and the indirect, I guess, is through the fly-through and focusing. So, as a refresher, select the main camera in the hierarchy by clicking the scene view. Press W to move it, drag it. Use E in the keyboard to rotate it. These same changes can be made manually in the inspector by moving the camera, transform gizmos, modifying it in the inspector. Before we proceed, it's important to know how to switch between local and global manipulators to move the camera as directed in the following lessons. Let's begin by switching to local manipulators. In the toolbar in the upper left corner of the editor's window, change the toggle handles from global to local. Okay. So let's start by opening the scene. And let's bring this up. I don't know if we'll need this for now. Let's bring these side by side so we can see both the view from the camera. Actually, I'm gonna move over so you guys can see it better. So this is the view of the camera, and this is the scene itself. So what it's basically saying is we can move the camera like this, or rotate it like this. Now let's see, it's suggested doing global versus local. I don't see where that is. Oh, here it is, global, local, okay. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure what the difference is in this scenario. Maybe it's just like, oh, okay, I see. So these handles, handlebars, manipulators, whatever you want to call them, if they're set to global, even if you rotate it, they're always going to be up and down, left, right, whatever, right? X, Y, and Z coordinates. If you have local, now it moves with this. So the blue with the camera will always point forwards, and the green will always point up, wherever the up of the local transform, which is the camera in this case, will move. And if we move it that way, it moves with it. Whereas if it's global, you have to look over here to see how much has been rotated. Well, you can look at it from this, but you get the idea. So let's keep it at local like it suggests, and let's reset it to 0. Maybe not 0 because it was looking at the dog. Something like that. Okay. As a former filmmaker, this intrigues me to no end. Cool. Maybe I'll get something out of this then. Framing by indirect manipulation. Quicker, perhaps more intuitive way to frame an object is indirectly manipulating it. So, in the hierarchy, we expand the animated thing, find the cat rig thing, press F on the keyboard, and the cat will become centered. As such. You can orbit around with our things, and then this is a hotkey I use a lot, and it is Control-Shift-F. Oops. Okay, hang on. So make sure you have the camera selected. So here's the thing. Our scene view has its own camera that we're currently looking at. It's not shown anywhere, but this is where we're looking at our scene view camera. If we click on our main camera, we can match it to what we see, the same angle and position as where our view is in the scene. And as you can see, it's now matching it there. And if I zoom out, it does the same thing. Control-Shift-F, really handy hotkey. And in fact, it does it for any game object, but it's mostly only really useful for a camera. For example, if I could select a cat and do that, and now the cat's positioned and angled in the same way the camera was that was viewing it, but that's not really useful in this case. The camera is. So, viewing the camera's aspect ratio. Aspect ratios have nothing to do with image or video pixel dimensions in proportion to their specified height and width. Many different monitors, screens, and devices have a signature aspect ratio format. While considering your project's intended video format, it is especially important to preview the main camera's game window with the intended aspect ratio setting. So once again, we have it at 16:9 to make sure that it's the right size here, because it isn't, as I say, by pixel, it's by resolution. I mean, it's not by resolution, it's by ratio, aspect ratio. We're changing to 16:9 to view the sequence in a cinematic aspect ratio, common in widescreen monitors and TVs. This will help us with our composition and framing. We can also enter fly-through mode in the scene view to find our main camera's framing. In the scene, click and hold the right mouse button and move it around to adjust the... Click and hold the right mouse button in scene view and WASD. So here's fly around. I almost never use this. Some people use it a lot. It's a handy thing to do. I might start using it more. It is a little bit less intuitive to me than the other things we've done for some reason. That's fly through mode. Again, if you guys want any of these details, this goes into a little bit more depth. I am skimming it at this point because we've covered so much, and I want to cover this chapter of Cinemachine and cinematography. So I am going a little quickly, but if you guys want to reference it, the link is there. All right. So we can select the camera navigating the game object align view to selected. Game object align view to selected. So that matches our camera, our scene view camera to our camera view, which is also sometimes handy, especially if you want to slightly adjust something. Ooh. I'm gonna have to get up and do a stretch soon. So far, so good. So, framing for storyboards. Now that we know how to frame objects in our scene, it's especially useful to know what it is that we want to frame and how we want to frame it. This goes back to concepts behind pre-visualization in Unit 2. By having an idea of what we want to shoot, we can more efficiently frame and animate our cameras. These storyboards will guide us in the following lessons. Very cute. Cool. Okay. With the master timeline, select in the hierarchy window. Lock the icon in the upper. So we're going to lock it. We're going to move the playhead cursor to 242. So let's see. Master timeline. Lock it. 242. Should we play it and see what they've made here? Okay, I see. So they have a whole animation playing out. We're going to be in control of the camera now. Yeah, there's the dog. Cool. This will be fun. So 242. And we want to get a shot of the cats at this point. I'm going to do it with this kind of way. Maybe that. Okay. All right, next lesson, getting started with Cinemachine. This one's important. Let's watch the video.
In this lesson, you'll learn how to install Cinemachine, create your first virtual camera, frame your shot, and animate the camera.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I muted for the thing so we don't get feedback. But installing Cinemachine is very straightforward. Same as usual, you open your package manager from Window Package Manager, make sure you're in Unity Registry, and find Cinemachine, click Install, and that should be done in a minute. What's the next step? Adding Cinemachine Brain. Okay, so now that we're ready to set up our first shot, well, we will be exploring new game object types. Many of the principles behind animation tracks and timeline from Unit 4 will be revisited here to create a shot. By default, we must tell Unity that we want to use Cinemachine. This is easy to do, but only works under the assumption that there is one main camera in your scene. The Cinemachine brain acts as the director of your scene. It's aware and controlled by several virtual cameras that we place in the scene. So this was a hard concept to wrap my head around when I was first learning Cinemachine. But basically your main camera, once you start using virtual cameras, this gets like overtaken by your virtual cameras. And your virtual cameras, you can switch between them. But what they're basically doing is almost like providing a container that your main camera is going to be in. And it can go jump between different virtual cameras. It can transition between virtual cameras. The virtual cameras can move around, rotate, change, focus on things, follow things. They can do a lot of cool, powerful stuff. But what they're really doing is just positioning your camera wherever you're telling it to go. And that's your Cinemachine brain goes on your main camera, and that's what it controls, is this brain. So hopefully that helps make that a little more clear as we go forward. Okay. So, step 1, main camera, add component, Cinemachine brain. This also happens automatically. If you add a virtual camera, it will automatically assign a brain to your main camera, but we'll do it manually. So there's our brain, very straightforward. Next, we will add a Cinemachine track on our timeline, and we'll drag our brain into it. And we're going to look at our main camera in the hierarchy. Let's read this. Virtual cameras are used to compose individual shots. They can be positioned and framed just like the main camera, but they are not cameras necessarily. They are more akin to waypoints or bookmarks for the main camera to snap to when activated. Each one merely tells the main camera where to go and what to look at. While there is one main camera in our scene, we can have many virtual cameras. Before we proceed, let's modify a setting in our main camera that will make setting up our virtual cameras easier for those familiar with physical lenses or cameras with a DCC, such as Maya. Select the main camera in the hierarchy and then navigate to the inspector. In the camera component under the projection tab, toggle physical camera. This will enable us to use real-world focal lengths to adjust our lenses. What was it under our camera? Main camera, projection tab has physical camera. Yes. Okay. Now, in the toolbar, navigate to Cinemachine, create virtual camera. So we can also do it by right-clicking. Maybe not. Let's do it the way they said. Cinemachine, create virtual camera. Cinemachine, create virtual camera. Okay. If we look in the inspector, we will see an assortment of new and familiar parameters. Clicking the lens drop-down, for instance, reveals a setting to adjust the focal length, near and far clipping planes, and Dutch. These are only parameters we'll focus on for now, as they offer the most control when framing your shots. So, focal length. This value corresponds to the focal length of the lens. If you're unfamiliar with the concept of focal length, smaller values frame your subject using a wider angle, so they appear further from the camera, while larger values frame your subject using narrow angles, so they appear much closer. Value of 35 millimeters is a good focal length for neutral framing. So, 35 it is. So here we have high one, 300, too close. 2 is too far. 35, pretty good. Can I get a link to the tutorial? Yes, you can. There you go. Just a tip, if you're using the latest Unity and following the tutorial, make sure the package is Cinemachine 2 and not Cinemachine 3. Oh, interesting. You mean the latest Unity? Why would you not use Cinemachine 3 for the latest Unity? So near and far clipping planes. This is the near represents the closest an object can be to the camera for it to be displayed. So you don't want something like right up here. It will just become invisible. And distance is it will be clipped out if you're too far. Dutch. This slider tilts the camera along the y-axis to create dramatic angles. It's best for creative purposes to only Dutch the camera for shots that deserve this amount of dramatic attention. All of the camera angles will be like this. Whoa, whoa. Drama. Action. It's just FOV with extra steps. In the inspector, click the solo button. This allows you to see through the virtual camera in the game view. Well, I guess our camera, if I move our camera, virtual camera to be like this. I mean, I don't know if I want that. Soloing it shows it. I think you need to have more before it makes a difference. Set the playhead of the time to 0 and then drag the virtual camera onto the Cinemachine track. By default, 5 seconds clip will be placed on the track, but this can be extended or shortened. Okay, so boop. Framing the shot with the virtual camera. We're ready to frame our first shot. The shot, as it appears in the storyboard, is an establishing shot that sets the tone for the scene while showing off its key players, the city skyline, the dog, and the cat. Using the navigation, adjust your scene so it matches this image. Okay, so we want something kind of like this. And I'm assuming we're going to pan down to show the cat and dog. Let's start with something like this. Adding an animation for the virtual camera. So, our first shot will be a simple boom, a type of movement where the camera starts in an elevated angle and descends downwards. We want this camera to start at the position we defined in the previous lesson and descend until the cat is visible in the lower third of the frame. Select the virtual camera, drag and drop it onto the thing, which we already did. Add animation track. When prompted, add animation track. Okay. So maybe I should be doing it like this instead. Trying to the virtual camera. Okay. Interesting. So we have it here first, and then again here. Okay. I see. So this is going to tell us which virtual camera is the one that we're using to snap our main camera to. And here is going to tell us how to move said virtual camera. Got it. So we're going to go to frame 80. And that's where we're going to set our last shot. So we go here, we add a key, and then we go here at frame 80 and add another key. So here, this thing, position and such, record, add key, then at frame 80, I don't know, here, 80, we're going to go like this. So it will look something like that. Very nice. Okay, perfect. All right, good stuff. Okay, last lesson for today.
In this lesson, you'll learn to add additional virtual cameras to your scene, animate them to create a pan and push in effect, and blend between virtual camera shots.
Okay. So, let me see. Okay, we got our work cut out for us, so we still got time here. All right, we're gonna try to do it quickly though. Let's begin by creating our second virtual camera. Set it to 35 millimeters. Game object, no, Cinemachine. Create virtual camera. Set it to 35 millimeters focal length. I'm assuming that's millimeters, right? Yeah. Set the playhead on the timeline to frame 80 and drag the second virtual camera onto the main camera. Okay, so we're at 80 and we bring this thing out to there, and then we add this one there. And Second virtual camera track in the timeline. Let's extend the cameras to 357. So you can see on the timeline that it will cut from one camera to the next. Let's double check it does that on their game view. Well, we don't know because this one's not doing anything yet. If I just give it a random shot, then yeah, you see a switch. All right. So place the camera in a horizontally aligned with Unity Corp sign. So that you get the angle. Place a horizontal alignment to Unity Corp. Test your scene view so we're angled to the gate. Okay, so camera should be roughly around here. And then angled to the cat. So we can go to the selected position by going align to selected. And then, whoops, here's the thing that's tricky. Rotating it from that position. So roughly like this is what they're saying. I think. Okay. And then the timeline's window view is locked. Select camera 2, drag it and select and drop it. The left panel of the timeline, just below the first track, to add an animation track. Move it to frame 80 and add a key. Okay, so this here again, animation track again, frame 80. And let's add a keyframe here. Boop. And then the virtual camera is still recording. Navigate to 206. Make sure the transform gizmo is set to local. Select the scene view and drag it towards the cat. Okay, so we're going to zoom in on the cat using a method that is like so. What was the frame? 206. Okay, so 206. Here we're going to take our camera. And so, since it's local, we can actually zoom in like this. Nice and perfect. And we can, oh, you know what? I didn't select record. Let's make sure it's recording. We zoom in. We add a keyframe, update keyframe. And you know what? I'm gonna do something a little bit against what it's saying to do. We're gonna go like that. Center the cat. This is where the keyframe is gonna be. I, for some reason, didn't add a keyframe at 80. So if we go back to 80, and then we can actually zoom out and add a keyframe here. Interestingly, our camera cuts here. Did we? I think this is supposed to go to 82. Okay, I think that's what they want us to do. Obviously, when you're deciding how to frame it for your own animation, it's a little bit more satisfying because you can get the perfect shot and you can see it a little bit better than you would from just like a storyboard. And you can like become creative with it, right? We want to hold this frame for a while. So double click, master timeline. And go to frame 206 by typing 206. Right, we did that already. Here we're adding to 276. We're adding some frames. So I believe we go to the animation tab for this one to edit it a little more. Here. So we can copy these, and at 276, 276, we can paste these, add keys, so the camera stays stationary here. Then we can close this and return. Notice the cat is now turning his head. The left, the timeline indicates something will get the audience's attention just off the screen to the left. This won't be a chase scene without a second character. Enter the dog. We will animate a whip pan to quickly suddenly move the camera to the left so we can introduce the dog in the center of the screen. We hold the current frame until 276 as we want to animate the camera after the cat suggests that there is something to the left of the screen. This is an example of having an action dictate the camera's movement, which is more naturalistic and believable. So this is nice because it gives a lot of film advice, like a whip pan and, you know, suggestive movement in the scene. Move the playhead to frame 286, then orbit the virtual camera to the left until the dog is in the center of the frame. Okay, 286. And orbit it. So let's make sure our camera is in the position here. Let's make sure we're recording still. Orbiting via pressing the framing hotkey to match the virtual camera's view. Okay, let's try that. So let's record. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Or is it? Wait a minute. Where are we going again? 286. And align a selected view. So I could maybe rotate it. Another new key will be created. I guess we do want the framing, but I don't think that's going to rotate it. Orbiting the view in the scene view. Hotkey and the virtual cameras. Control, Command, Shift to advance the next key in the keyframe. With the virtual camera selected, move the playhead to 296 and click Add Key. Okay, let's see if we can do this. So, record, and we want to rotate this, I guess, to see the dog. That's not what we want to do. I think I'm going to do it like this. No, I don't think that's what it is. It's saying to do that, but we're here and we want to rotate it. It's saying orbiting the view in the scene view, then pressing framing hotkey. Okay, I think we do all of this. This. Okay, and then we want to hold it until 296. We can just say add key and then move to 303. And move it along the z-axis so the dog dominates the frame as it jumps into the air. So 303. move the camera along the z-axis. So I guess they mean have it be close like this. I'm not really sure. I think like that. And then a 333. I don't think that's right. But we're learning how to use the cameras and stuff. Okay. Let's do the fourth shot. Okay. Third shot. I don't know if I like this. Can I just come up with my own? I'm starting to get the hang of things. So go to that. 303. Like that. Dog, like that. I think this is what it wants us to do. And then like that. Then 333, I think, is where we pull it back. I think I need to pull it back further so we can see it jumping. I don't know. That doesn't seem right either, though. That's okay. Let's do the third one. Okay, we're going to add a new camera. Cinemachine, create virtual camera. We're going to drag it over here. And set it to 35. It is 357. And drag thing. Shorten the camera's length to frame 420. Using navigation techniques, we've learned adjust your scene so that we are just outside the alley. Okay. This holding both and dog are in frame. Yeah, this one, I kind of want to adjust. Word is not showing up in here. There it is. Okay. I almost want to just rotate it downwards a bit. Is that going to be bad to do? Sure. And if we're going to rotate it, I think I can go a little forwards. Okay. And for the fourth shot, we'll make a new camera, set it to that length, 35, and set it to 420 and drag it to 540. Frame the Zubs concession profile like that. I don't know what I was changing there. Oh, I changed the wrong camera. Okay. Gotta remember to click the actually we don't have anything, so this is just gonna be how it stays, I think, for now. Yeah. So press the framing hotkey to frame the virtual camera in that view. Now select the CMV4 camera. We just create a hierarchy, drag it onto the left panel to create an animation track. And add key. There's no camera movement in the shot, so we're done setting up our final camera. Oh, in that case. Okay, I think that's it. Let's see it in action. Just filed your 2021 tax return. Good. Infectious industriousness has inspired me. Glad to hear it. Even if it was for something totally unrelated. Okay, I have a feeling this is messing things up. You know what? I'm going to reopen because I had a weird thing it was doing earlier. And I wonder if It's just a weird editor issue. There it is. Yay! The end. Awesome. All right, we did it, chat. We created an animation. Amazing. There is still, if you guys are enjoying this process, this learning, and you feel like you got something out of it, there's still a little bit more left in this lesson. Adding visual fidelity through lighting. So if you guys want to learn about lighting, this is how you make stuff look really cool. Look how nice this scene looks when they've put in detail to the lighting. There's also, look how nice some of these submissions turned out. And there's effects and final render that they walk you through some cool effects here. Looks like she's got some kind of cool sci-fi motorcycle, which is very cool. Looks like they have some kind of motion blur. They have some sparks, lots of cool stuff here as well. These are like the candy on top of your project. They really make things come together. And then they have a final project submission. They give you outlines of what to try to do and a way to submit it. So if you guys want a little challenge for yourself, I highly recommend doing units 6 and 7 and then doing the final project. This is a great way to practice the stuff we went over today. Here is the link to it once again, if you guys want to go through it. I am pretty tired at this point. It's been a long stream. How long did we go for? 7.5 hours. Pretty long day. So I think I'm gonna get up, take a nice stretch break, take a little computer break, and I hope you guys learned something today. I hope you guys had fun today. And yeah, I hope you guys use Unity Learn for the fantastic resource that it is, because yeah, I've basically learned how to use Unity through it, and a lot of people are curious how to learn Unity. It's all right there for you. We will look at show and tell tomorrow, simply because I'm too tired and I want to stay enthusiastic when I look at your guys' work. I don't want to be tired and be like, yeah, that's very nice. So we'll look at show and tell at the end of tomorrow's stream. If you guys want to submit anything, it is in our Discord. You guys are welcome to post in the show and tell if you've worked on it, even if it was in the past or if it's a work in progress. It's all welcome, and we'll look tomorrow. What else is going on? I think that's it for now. We'll just wrap it up. Wrap it up, shall we? You guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. We're gonna go head over to Science, which is a science stream. Really cool channel, Science. And it looks like they're at the zoo today. So let's go say hey to them. We'll see you guys. I should be on tomorrow, though I may want to take a little break after a long day today, but most likely I'll be on around 10:30ish tomorrow, and should be for the rest of the week. No plans other than getting some work done. I'm gonna go back to Strain tomorrow, and we'll try to make some progress on it. Thanks guys for joining today. Thanks guys for hanging out. Hope you guys had a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye everyone, take care.